In life, we often encounter situations where what we say defines the outcomes we experience. Words can heal or harm, uplift or diminish, and the impact they leave can be profound. There is a quiet power in speech, a force that shapes our relationships, decisions, and even the way we see ourselves. When we speak without thought, we lose control of that power. On the other hand, when we choose our words carefully, guided by wisdom, we can unlock a path to peace, understanding, and strength. The wisdom of ancient Stoics has long reminded us of the importance of speech. These philosophers, from Marcus Aurelius to Epictetus, understood that what we say reflects what we think and feel deep inside. For them, mastering speech wasn't just about sounding intelligent or avoiding awkward situations. It was about maintaining peace within and harmony with others. They knew that our words have the potential to transform our lives, for better or worse. Each time we speak without careful thought, we risk creating unnecessary conflict, misunderstanding, or regret. It's all too easy to react in the heat of the moment, to let frustration or anger control our voice, and later wish we had said less, or nothing at all. We've all experienced it, that sinking feeling after saying something we regret, wishing we had held back, taken a breath, or thought twice before speaking. What if those moments could be avoided altogether? What if we could train ourselves to think clearly, respond thoughtfully, and embrace a calm, measured approach to our interactions? Throughout life, intelligent people recognize the immense value of restraint. They understand that not every thought needs to be spoken, not every opinion needs to be shared, and that silence can often speak louder than words. They avoid getting trapped in empty conversations, gossipy exchanges, or impulsive remarks that might lead to regret later on. This way of living may seem challenging at first, but it's a habit that, once developed, brings clarity, wisdom, and a sense of control over one's own life. There is no denying that words shape our experiences and define our relationships. Every word we speak sets the tone for how others perceive us and how we perceive ourselves. Words can create bridges, but they can also build walls. By choosing our words wisely, we have the power to cultivate more meaningful relationships, build deeper trust, and live a life aligned with our values. The Stoics believed that the mind and the heart are intricately connected, and this connection is most apparent in the way we communicate. When we speak with intention, rooted in wisdom, we are not only choosing to protect our peace, but also to foster positive energy in those around us. The philosopher Seneca once said, "Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so is he." In other words, our words are a direct reflection of our inner world, our thoughts, our character. If you've ever admired someone who seemed to effortlessly navigate conversations with grace and wisdom, you were likely witnessing someone who practiced mindful speech. These people understand that mastery over their words is mastery over their life. They have learned the art of restraint, the skill of reflection before reaction, and the value of silence when it's more powerful than speaking. But why is this approach to speech so important, especially today? In a world that often encourages quick reactions, impulsive comments, and constant chatter, those who pause to reflect stand out. People who measure their words thoughtfully are seen as trustworthy, reliable, and wise. They are less likely to be caught up in conflict or regret because they've learned the art of self-control. They live with intention, choosing when to speak and when to listen. And in that silence, they find wisdom and clarity that others miss. Silence has always been misunderstood. Many people think silence is a weakness, something to be avoided. But in reality, silence is often a sign of strength, patience, and understanding. When you choose silence over impulsive speech, you are not retreating. You are allowing yourself the space to think deeply, to act with purpose, and to avoid unnecessary harm. On the other hand, we live in a culture that often celebrates over-talking, gossiping, or complaining. It's easy to fall into the trap of saying too much, venting our frustrations, or engaging in idle chatter. But when we practice the discipline of wise speech, we move away from those habits and towards something far more powerful, the ability to uplift, to inspire, and to create peace, both within ourselves and in our interactions with others. Think of how much more meaningful our relationships would be if we focused on speaking only what is necessary and useful. If, instead of speaking out of frustration or anxiety, we took a step back and chose words that contribute to harmony, not conflict. How often do we speak without fully understanding the consequences of our words? Every time we speak from a place of wisdom, we increase the potential for meaningful conversations and deeper connections with those around us. The practice of thoughtful speech is not about staying silent forever or suppressing your voice. It's about recognizing the right time to speak, the right words to use, and understanding that not everything needs to be said. It's about choosing quality over quantity. The fewer words we use, the more power and meaning they hold. This is why intelligent people don't speak without reflection. They understand the responsibility that comes with their words. They recognize that with every word, there is an opportunity to either create peace or invite conflict. They know that words, once spoken, cannot be taken back. And so, they choose to speak with care, thoughtfulness, and purpose. The wisdom of the Stoics teaches us that controlling our speech is not just about avoiding conflict, it's about cultivating inner peace. By practicing restraint, we not only spare ourselves from the drama of unnecessary conversations, but also from the inner turmoil that comes from saying too much. The more we practice mindful speech, the more control we gain over our own emotions, reactions, and overall well-being. This approach is more than just a philosophy. It's a guide to living a life of peace, clarity, and wisdom. It allows us to navigate the complexities of communication in a way that strengthens relationships, builds trust, and preserves our own sense of peace. In every conversation, in every exchange, there is an opportunity to practice this wisdom, and over time, it becomes a habit, something we no longer have to think about, but simply do. So, what is the secret to living a wise, peaceful life? It starts with mastering the way we speak. By embracing the wisdom of silence, by thinking before we speak, and by choosing our words with care, we open ourselves to a life of greater clarity, peace, and fulfillment. The wisdom of the Stoics shows us that it is not just about what we say, it's about when, why, and how we say it. And this practice is available to each of us, no matter where we are on our journey. In a world filled with noise, be the one who speaks with purpose. In conversations cluttered with idle talk, be the one who listens with care. The more we understand the power of our words, the more we can shape our lives into something meaningful, something lasting. Every word counts, every silence matters. Let's choose both wisely. As we move from the introduction into the deeper exploration of wise speech, there's something profound about the way the Stoics approach their words. They recognize that every spoken word carries weight, and that the peace we seek in life is often disturbed by careless speech. It's not just about avoiding hurtful words, but about creating a space where calm and wisdom rule. The power to build a peaceful life begins with mastering the way we speak. What we choose to avoid saying can be just as important as the words we utter. In the Stoic tradition, speech is more than communication. It's a path to inner and outer peace. For the Stoics, the first step in mastering speech was learning to avoid excessive talking. The more we speak, the more likely we are to stray from meaningful conversation. Words, once spoken, cannot be retrieved, and the Stoics understood the dangers of speaking without purpose. They believed that speech should be deliberate and thoughtful, as each word is an opportunity to either maintain peace or create turmoil. Excessive talking often leads to misunderstandings, conflicts, and the spread of misinformation. Silence, on the other hand, fosters contemplation and clarity. Another crucial point in Stoic wisdom is the avoidance of speaking when driven by anger. Anger clouds judgment and pushes us to say things we later regret. The Stoics taught that controlling one's temper and waiting until calmness prevails leads to wiser, more balanced responses. They believed that when we allow anger to control our speech, we not only harm others, but disturb our own peace of mind. By holding back in moments of frustration, we protect both our integrity and our relationships. Related to this, the Stoics cautioned against impulsive speech. Speaking without reflection often results in rash words that cannot be undone. To them, impulsivity in speech is a sign of a lack of self-control. They encouraged us to think before speaking, to consider the impact our words may have, and to understand that silence is often more powerful than a quick remark. By avoiding impulsive speech, we preserve the dignity of both ourselves and others. Judgmental language is another trap the Stoics warned against. When we judge others openly, we create division and conflict. Judgmental speech reflects more about the speaker than the person being spoken about, and it often reveals insecurity or a lack of understanding. The Stoics believed that everyone is fighting their own battles, and speaking harshly about others only adds to the chaos in the world. By refraining from judgment, we cultivate compassion and maintain harmony. Gossip, a common form of unwise speech, is one of the most damaging habits to avoid. The Stoics knew that talking about others behind their backs creates distrust and dishonesty in relationships. It spreads negativity and poisons the atmosphere in any community. They taught that gossip not only harms those being spoken about, but also the one who indulges in it. Instead of engaging in gossip, the Stoics promoted conversations that uplift and inspire. Complaining, though it may feel like a release, is another form of speech the Stoics advised against. Complaints do nothing to change circumstances. They only prolong dissatisfaction. Constantly voicing our displeasures reinforces negative thinking and spreads negativity to others. Instead of complaining, the Stoics encouraged us to focus on solutions, to accept what cannot be changed, and to speak words of encouragement and resolve. This shift in focus transforms the way we view our challenges and leads to a more peaceful existence. Another key aspect of Stoic speech is avoiding promises that cannot be kept. Making promises on a whim, without considering whether they can be fulfilled, leads to broken trust and strained relationships. The Stoics believed that integrity in speech meant saying only what you truly mean and only committing to what you can honor. This honesty builds trust and credibility, both of which are essential for peaceful living. In their approach to speech, the Stoics also warned against exaggeration. Overstating facts or embellishing stories may seem harmless, but it distorts reality and can create confusion or disappointment. Exaggeration undermines our credibility and can lead to unrealistic expectations. The Stoics valued truthfulness, even in the smallest details, because they knew that living in alignment with reality is the foundation of peace. By speaking the truth plainly, we build a solid ground of trust and clarity. Flattery, another subtle form of dishonesty, was viewed by the Stoics as a manipulation of truth. While it may seem kind, flattery is often self-serving and insincere. The Stoics believed that genuine praise should come from a place of honesty and respect, not from a desire to gain favor or manipulate someone's feelings. They encouraged us to give credit where it is due, but to avoid inflating someone's ego with exaggerated compliments. This practice ensures that our relationships are built on sincerity rather than shallow approval-seeking. The Stoics also recognized the harm in making excuses. Excuses are a way of deflecting responsibility and avoiding accountability. When we make excuses, we not only deceive others, but weaken our own character. The Stoics valued owning up to mistakes and speaking truthfully about our shortcomings. They taught that true growth comes from acknowledging our flaws and working to correct them, not from trying to justify them with words. Avoiding unnecessary arguments was another cornerstone of Stoic speech. Arguments, especially over trivial matters, drain energy and create unnecessary tension. The Stoics believed that not every disagreement needs to be pursued. Instead of engaging in fruitless debates, they encouraged us to focus on finding common ground and maintaining harmony. This doesn't mean avoiding difficult conversations, but rather choosing when and how to engage in discussions that truly matter. Sarcasm, often used to mask insecurity or passive aggression, is another form of speech the Stoics advised against. While it may seem humorous in the moment, sarcasm can damage relationships and erode trust. The Stoics believed that our words should be direct, clear, and respectful, and that hiding behind sarcasm only complicates communication. By speaking straightforwardly, we foster genuine understanding and avoid the confusion that sarcasm often brings. The Stoics also encouraged avoiding speech that seeks to dominate or control others. Power struggles in conversation often lead to resentment and conflict. Instead, they promoted speech that encourages cooperation, mutual respect, and understanding. By avoiding the need to control the narrative or assert dominance, we create a space for peaceful dialogue and shared solutions. False praise, or praising others when we don't truly mean it, is another habit the Stoics advised against. When we give praise just to be polite or to avoid conflict, we lose authenticity in our communication. The Stoics valued honesty in all forms of speech, and they believed that genuine praise carries far more weight than false flattery. By offering sincere compliments only when they are truly deserved, we build deeper and more honest relationships. The Stoics were also mindful of avoiding speech that focuses solely on the self. Self-centered conversations, where one person dominates the discussion with their own thoughts, feelings, or achievements, are tiresome and alienating. The Stoics taught the importance of balance in conversation, of listening as much as speaking, and of showing genuine interest in the perspectives of others. This practice of humility in speech fosters stronger connections and mutual respect. One of the most critical lessons from Stoic speech is the avoidance of reactive speech. When we respond emotionally to provocation, we often say things we don't mean and escalate conflict unnecessarily. The Stoics believed in pausing before reacting, in giving ourselves the space to reflect and choose our words wisely. This restraint not only diffuses potential conflict, but also preserves our inner peace. In conversations about difficult or controversial topics, the Stoics encouraged avoiding speech that seeks to blame. Blaming others often leads to defensiveness and further conflict. Instead, they promoted taking responsibility for our own actions and focusing on constructive dialogue. By shifting from blame to understanding, we can resolve conflicts more peacefully and build stronger, more resilient relationships. Avoiding speech that stirs up envy or jealousy is another important aspect of Stoic wisdom. Boasting about achievements or material possessions often fuels feelings of inadequacy in others and creates tension in relationships. The Stoics believed that humility in speech fosters equality and connection, and that there is no need to elevate oneself above others through words. By avoiding boastful speech, we create a space for genuine connection and shared understanding, The Stoics also taught the importance of avoiding divisive language. Speech that pits people against each other, whether through politics, religion, or personal beliefs, only serves to create conflict. They believed that words should be used to unite, not divide. By choosing language that fosters understanding and cooperation, we can bridge divides and create a more harmonious environment for all. Avoiding defensive speech was another key lesson from the Stoics. When we feel attacked or criticized, it's natural to respond defensively, but this often escalates the situation. The Stoics believed that instead of reacting defensively, we should listen openly to criticism, reflect on its validity, and respond calmly. This practice of humility and openness not only diffuses conflict, but also allows for personal growth. The Stoics also warned against speech that diminishes others. Words that belittle, insult, or humiliate create deep wounds and long-lasting resentment. The Stoics believed that our words should be used to uplift and support, not to tear down. By avoiding speech that harms others, we create a more compassionate and peaceful world. Speech that seeks to manipulate or deceive was also something the Stoics strongly advised against. Manipulative language erodes trust and creates an atmosphere of suspicion and fear. The Stoics valued transparency and honesty in all communication, believing that true peace comes from relationships built on trust and openness. By avoiding manipulative speech, we maintain our integrity and build stronger, more genuine connections. Another key aspect of Stoic speech is avoiding speech that inflates one's importance. The Stoics valued humility and modesty, recognizing that boasting about one's achievements or inflating one's importance often alienates others. They believed that actions speak louder than words, and that our true worth is shown in how we live, not in how we speak about ourselves. The Stoics also taught the importance of avoiding speech that focuses on trivial matters. Engaging in small talk or conversations that lack depth may seem harmless, but over time it can contribute to a sense of disconnection and superficiality. The Stoics believed that our conversations should have purpose and meaning, and that by focusing on topics that matter, we can create deeper, more fulfilling relationships. In the same vein, the Stoics cautioned against idle speech, talking just for the sake of talking. They believed that words should serve a purpose, and that silence is often more valuable than filling space with meaningless chatter. By avoiding idle speech, we cultivate a sense of mindfulness and intentionality in our conversations. Another form of speech the Stoics warned against is speech that seeks approval or validation. When we speak solely to gain the approval of others, we lose touch with our true selves and become dependent on external validation. The Stoics believed that true contentment comes from within, and that seeking validation through speech only leads to insecurity. By speaking from a place of authenticity, we build inner strength and self-confidence. The Stoics also recognized the importance of avoiding speech that fuels negative emotions. Words that stir up anger, fear, or resentment not only harm others, but also disturb our own peace of mind. They believed that by choosing words that promote calmness and understanding, we can create a more peaceful environment for ourselves and those around us. Finally, the Stoics encouraged avoiding speech that is self-serving or ego-driven. When we speak solely to promote our own interests, we lose sight of the larger picture and create division. The Stoics taught that our words should serve the greater good, not just our own desires. By speaking with humility and a sense of service, we contribute to a more harmonious and connected world. Through these lessons, the Stoics remind us that speech is not just a tool for communication, it's a reflection of our inner selves and a powerful force for shaping our lives and relationships. By mastering the art of wise speech, we can create a life of greater peace, clarity, and connection. The journey to peaceful living begins with the words we choose to say, and just as importantly, the words we choose to leave unsaid. As we reflect on the power of wise speech and the harm that careless words can cause, we come to one of the most profound teachings of Stoicism, the mastery of silence. Where words often fail to bring the peace and clarity we seek, silence can become the most eloquent form of communication. It is through silence that wisdom is cultivated, clarity is found, and strength is born. There is something transformative about choosing not to speak, especially when silence holds more meaning than words ever could. In mastering the art of silence, we unlock a deeper understanding of ourselves and the world around us. Silence has always been a rare but powerful tool in a world that often values noise and constant chatter. Many people fill their lives with words, thinking that by speaking more, they are saying more. However, silence, when used intentionally, speaks volumes. It allows the space for thought, for introspection, and for careful reflection before action. The Stoics believed that the ability to remain silent, particularly in moments where words might inflame or confuse, was one of the highest forms of wisdom. There is peace in silence. In moments of tension or conflict, silence has the unique ability to diffuse the situation, providing the space needed to cool tempers and allow reason to take over. While it may be tempting to fill uncomfortable pauses with words, doing so often escalates conflict. Silence, on the other hand, allows for a pause in which both parties can reflect on their emotions and reconsider their next steps. It is not passive. It is an active choice to hold power over one's reactions. In mastering silence, one develops the ability to listen more deeply. In a conversation, when we choose silence, we allow ourselves to truly hear not just the words, but the meaning and intent behind them. It is easy to speak over others, or to focus on forming a response while someone else is talking, but real understanding comes from deep listening. This kind of silence is not just about refraining from speaking, it is about being fully present and engaged with the other person. For the Stoics, silence was a form of self-discipline. It is easy to speak without thought, to let words flow without restraint. Silence, on the other hand, requires patience, reflection, and a certain level of humility. It means recognizing that not every thought needs to be spoken, that there is wisdom in waiting before responding. This practice cultivates a deep inner strength that grows over time. The more we practice silence, the more we become aware of the power we hold in choosing when and how to speak. Silence is also a teacher of self-control. By mastering the urge to speak, especially in moments of anger or frustration, we gain control over our emotions. Instead of reacting impulsively, we give ourselves the space to process our feelings and respond thoughtfully. This not only prevents unnecessary conflict, but also helps us maintain inner peace. The Stoics believed that through silence we learn to rule ourselves rather than be ruled by our emotions. One of the most beautiful aspects of silence is that it creates a space for reflection. When we stop talking, we allow ourselves to think more deeply about our words, actions, and the consequences they may have. It is in these quiet moments that we can truly understand the impact of our behavior and make wiser decisions moving forward. The Stoics understood that wisdom does not come from constant talking, but from thoughtful contemplation. In silence, there is also humility. To remain silent is to acknowledge that we do not always have the answers, that we do not need to fill every moment with our thoughts. Silence allows us to step back, to give others the space to speak, and to learn from their perspectives. This humility fosters better relationships, as we become less focused on asserting ourselves and more open to understanding others. Another key benefit of mastering silence is the clarity it brings. When we are silent, We are not distracted by the noise of the world or our own constant inner dialogue. In this quiet space, we can see things more clearly, without the distortion of unnecessary words. Silence sharpens the mind, allowing us to focus on what truly matters. Through silence, we also cultivate patience. The ability to remain silent in moments of frustration or excitement teaches us to wait, to be present, and to let things unfold naturally. Patience is one of the greatest virtues in Stoicism, and silence is its practice. By refraining from speaking too soon, we give ourselves the gift of time, allowing for more thoughtful responses and actions. Mastering the art of silence does not mean withdrawing from the world or refusing to engage in conversation. It means knowing when to speak and when to hold back. It means recognizing the power of restraint and using it to create more meaningful interactions. The Stoics believed that silence was not about suppression, but about choice. The choice to speak only when it serves a purpose, only when it adds value. There is also strength in silence. When we choose not to respond to provocation, when we refuse to be drawn into arguments or gossip, we demonstrate a kind of strength that few possess. Silence in the face of negativity is not weakness. It is a powerful statement of self-control and confidence. The Stoics taught that real strength lies in our ability to remain calm and centered, even in the midst of chaos, and silence is a key tool in achieving this. Silence can also be a source of comfort. In moments of grief, sorrow, or deep reflection, words often fall short. It is in these times that silence becomes a refuge, allowing us to process our emotions without the pressure of explanation or conversation. The Stoics believed that true peace comes from within, and silence is one of the ways we connect with that inner calm. One of the greatest gifts of silence is the wisdom it fosters. The Stoics believed that wisdom is not found in speaking constantly, but in knowing when to speak and when to remain silent. Through silence, we become more attuned to the world around us, more thoughtful in our actions, and more mindful of the impact our words can have. Silence also teaches us to let go of the need to be right. Often, arguments escalate because both parties are focused on proving their point. In choosing silence, we let go of the need to win the argument and instead focus on maintaining peace. This does not mean giving up on our principles. It means recognizing that not every battle needs to be fought with words. For the Stoics, silence was also a way of avoiding unnecessary harm. Words spoken in anger or haste can cause deep wounds, and once spoken, they cannot be taken back. By choosing silence, especially in moments of conflict, we protect ourselves and others from the damage that careless words can inflict. This is not avoidance. It is a conscious decision to maintain peace. In silence, we find freedom. We are no longer bound by the need to respond, to defend, or to explain. Silence gives us the space to be ourselves, without the pressure of constant communication. It allows us to live more authentically, more peacefully, and more aligned with our true nature. The practice of silence also helps us develop empathy. When we remain silent and listen to others, we are better able to understand their feelings and perspectives. This deepens our connections with others and helps us build more compassionate relationships. The Stoics believed that by listening more and speaking less, we create a space for genuine understanding and mutual respect. In silence, we also find clarity of purpose. Without the distraction of constant talking, we can focus more on what truly matters in life. Silence allows us to align our actions with our values, to live more intentionally, and to pursue our goals with a clear mind and heart. Another powerful aspect of silence is its ability to foster creativity. When we quiet the noise around us, we give our minds the freedom to wander, to explore new ideas, and to think more deeply. Many of the greatest thinkers and creators in history have found inspiration in silence. The Stoics believed that silence was a space for growth, for the mind to expand and discover new possibilities. Silence also teaches us the value of simplicity. In a world filled with noise and distractions, silence brings us back to the basics. It reminds us that we do not need constant stimulation to feel fulfilled. In the quiet moments, we find joy and simplicity in the beauty of the present moment. Through the practice of silence, we also learn to detach from the opinions of others. When we speak less and listen more, we become less concerned with how others perceive us. This detachment brings freedom, as we no longer feel the need to constantly explain or justify ourselves. The Stoics believed that true peace comes from within, and silence is one of the ways we cultivate that inner peace. In mastering silence, we also become more attuned to our own thoughts and emotions. Without the distraction of constant conversation, we can better understand ourselves, our desires, and our fears. This self-awareness is a key component of Stoic wisdom, as it allows us to live more authentically and with greater purpose. Silence also fosters a sense of gratitude. When we are not constantly focused on speaking or responding, we become more aware of the beauty and richness of the world around us. Silence allows us to appreciate the small moments, the quiet joys, and the simple pleasures that often go unnoticed in the noise of everyday life. In the end, the mastery of silence is not about withdrawing from the world. It is about engaging with it more thoughtfully, more intentionally, and with greater wisdom. The Stoics believed that silence was a path to peace, to clarity, and to a deeper understanding of ourselves and others. By embracing the art of silence, we create a life that is not only more peaceful, but also more meaningful. As we leave the deep stillness of silence and its lessons, we now move toward another pillar of Stoic wisdom, the careful thought before speech. Where silence teaches restraint, thinking before speaking teaches discernment. It is not enough to simply remain quiet. The true power lies in knowing when to speak and how to speak wisely. The ability to reflect before uttering words is a hallmark of intelligence. Those who pause before they speak understand the far-reaching consequences of their words and the impact they can have on themselves and others. This is not just a habit, but a conscious practice of wisdom, one that shapes lives with care and intention. In a world where quick reactions often seem necessary, the practice of thinking before speaking is an act of wisdom. It's easy to be swept up in the urgency of a moment, but the most intelligent among us know that a pause, a brief moment of reflection, can change everything. This pause allows us to assess not just what we are about to say, but why we are saying it. The Stoics taught that our words should serve a purpose, and thinking before we speak helps us determine if our words are truly necessary or if silence might be the better option. Thinking before speaking is a form of mental discipline. It requires us to slow down, even when emotions are high, and choose our words with care. The Stoics understood that words, once spoken, can never be taken back. They believed that thoughtful speech is not just about avoiding harm to others, but also about maintaining our own peace of mind. By pausing before speaking, we give ourselves the space to respond thoughtfully rather than react impulsively, preventing unnecessary conflict or regret. One of the core reasons intelligent people think before they speak is because they understand the weight of their words. Every word we speak has the potential to uplift or tear down, to build bridges or create walls. The Stoics believed that our words are a reflection of our inner state, and that speaking without thought is a sign of inner turmoil. By thinking carefully before we speak, we ensure that our words reflect calm, clarity, and intention. The ability to think before speaking also cultivates patience. In moments of frustration or anger, it can be tempting to blurt out the first thing that comes to mind. But the Stoics taught that true strength lies in restraint. By taking a moment to pause, we give ourselves the opportunity to calm our emotions and choose our words wisely. This practice not only prevents us from saying something we might regret, but also helps us maintain our composure in difficult situations. Thinking before speaking also shows respect for others. When we take the time to consider our words carefully, we demonstrate that we value the person we are speaking to. It shows that we are not just reacting to our own emotions, but are thoughtfully engaging with the other person's perspective. This kind of mindful communication fosters trust, understanding, and deeper connections with others. For the Stoics, thoughtful speech was also a way to avoid unnecessary conflict. Many arguments and misunderstandings arise because people speak without thinking. Words spoken in haste or anger often escalate situations that could have been resolved peacefully with a little more thought. By thinking before we speak, we can avoid saying things that might inflame a situation and instead focus on finding solutions and common ground. Intelligent people also think before they speak because they understand the power of words to influence others. Words have the ability to shape perceptions, change minds, and even alter the course of events. The Stoics believed that those who wield words wisely hold great power. By thinking carefully before speaking, we can use our words to inspire, encourage, and uplift, rather than to manipulate or control. Thinking before speaking is also a practice of self-awareness. It requires us to check in with ourselves before we respond, to ask whether our words are coming from a place of clarity or from an emotional reaction. The Stoics believed that true wisdom comes from understanding our own motivations and being honest with ourselves about why we are saying what we are saying. This level of self-awareness helps us communicate more authentically and with greater integrity. Another reason intelligent people think before they speak is because they understand the long-term consequences of their words. Words can leave lasting impressions, for better or worse. A thoughtless remark can damage relationships, while a carefully considered response can build trust and respect. The Stoics believed in thinking beyond the present moment, considering the long-term effects of our actions and words. This perspective helps us make better choices, not just for ourselves, but for those around us. The practice of thinking before speaking also fosters humility. It reminds us that we do not always have to be the one with the answers or the one who speaks first. Sometimes the wisest thing we can do is to listen, reflect, and then respond. This humility in conversation opens the door to deeper understanding and allows us to learn from others, rather than always feeling the need to assert our own opinions. Intelligent people think before they speak because they value clarity over speed. In a world that often rewards quick responses, it can be easy to fall into the trap of speaking too soon, without fully thinking through what we want to say. But the Stoics taught that true wisdom comes from clarity of thought. By taking the time to think before speaking, we ensure that our words are clear, purposeful, and aligned with our values. Another important lesson from Stoicism is that thinking before speaking helps us avoid unnecessary repetition. When we speak without thinking, we often end up repeating ourselves or saying things that have already been said. This not only wastes time, but also diminishes the impact of our words. By thinking carefully before we speak, we can ensure that our words are concise, meaningful, and impactful. The ability to think before speaking also allows us to remain calm in difficult situations. When emotions run high, it can be easy to say things we don't mean, but by taking a moment to pause and reflect, we give ourselves the chance to regain our composure. The Stoics believed that calmness in the face of adversity is a sign of true wisdom, and thinking before speaking is one way to cultivate that calmness. Thinking before speaking also helps us avoid gossip and negative talk. The Stoics warned against the dangers of speaking ill of others, as it not only harms the person being spoken about, but also reflects poorly on the speaker. By pausing to think before we speak, we can ensure that our words are kind, respectful, and free from unnecessary negativity. Intelligent people also think before they speak because they understand the value of silence. Sometimes, the best response is no response at all. The Stoics believed that silence can be more powerful than words, especially when there is nothing meaningful or helpful to say. By thinking before speaking, we can discern when silence is the better option and when our words are truly needed. Thinking before speaking is also a way to practice mindfulness. It requires us to be fully present in the moment, to listen carefully to what is being said, and to respond thoughtfully. This mindful approach to communication helps us avoid misunderstandings and ensures that our words are aligned with our intentions. One of the key reasons intelligent people think before they speak is because they understand the importance of honesty. The Stoics valued truthfulness above all, and they believed that speaking honestly requires careful thought. By thinking before we speak, we can ensure that our words are true, accurate, and free from exaggeration or deception. Another benefit of thinking before speaking is that it helps us avoid making promises we can't keep. The Stoics warned against making hasty promises, as it can lead to disappointment and a loss of trust. By pausing to think before we commit to something, we can ensure that our words are aligned with our abilities and intentions, and that we are not overcommitting ourselves. Thinking before speaking also allows us to express ourselves more clearly. When we speak without thinking, our words can be jumbled, unclear, or misinterpreted. By taking a moment to reflect before speaking, we can ensure that our words are clear, concise, and easy to understand. This clarity in communication helps prevent misunderstandings and ensures that our message is received as intended. Another reason intelligent people think before they speak is because they value constructive dialogue over argument. The Stoics believed that arguments are often the result of people speaking without thinking, reacting impulsively rather than responding thoughtfully. By thinking before we speak, we can engage in more productive, respectful conversations, focused on finding solutions rather than winning debates. Thinking before speaking also helps us avoid the trap of speaking out of pride or ego. The Stoics believed that humility is a key component of wisdom, and that speaking from a place of pride or arrogance only leads to conflict and division. By pausing to reflect before speaking, we can ensure that our words are humble, respectful, and focused on the greater good rather than on our own ego. One of the most valuable lessons from Stoicism is that thinking before speaking helps us maintain our integrity. The Stoics believed that our words should always align with our values and principles, and that speaking without thought can lead us to say things we don't truly mean or believe. By thinking carefully before we speak, we ensure that our words reflect our true selves and that we are living in alignment with our values. The ability to think before speaking also helps us avoid unnecessary drama. Many conflicts and misunderstandings arise because people speak without thinking, saying things that escalate the situation rather than calm it. By thinking before we speak, we can avoid adding fuel to the fire and instead focus on finding peaceful, constructive solutions. Intelligent people also think before they speak because they understand the power of timing. The Stoics believed that the right words spoken at the wrong time can be just as harmful as the wrong words. By thinking carefully before we speak, we can ensure that our words are not only wise, but also well-timed, delivered in a way that maximizes their impact. Thinking before speaking also helps us avoid speaking out of fear or insecurity. The Stoics taught that true wisdom comes from inner strength and confidence, not from a need to prove ourselves to others. By pausing to reflect before we speak, we can ensure that our words are grounded in confidence rather than fear, and that we are speaking from a place of strength rather than weakness. Another important reason to think before speaking is that it helps us avoid overcomplicating things. The Stoics believed in simplicity and clarity, and they taught that overcomplicating our words or explanations can lead to confusion and misunderstanding. By thinking carefully before we speak, we can ensure that our words are simple, clear, and to the point, making it easier for others to understand and engage with us. Thinking before speaking also helps us avoid speaking from a place of anger or frustration. The Stoics believed that anger clouds our judgment and leads to unwise decisions. By taking a moment to pause and reflect before speaking, we give ourselves the chance to calm down and respond with clarity and wisdom, rather than reacting impulsively out of anger. One of the key lessons from Stoicism is that thinking before speaking helps us avoid making excuses. The Stoics believed in taking responsibility for our actions and words, and they taught that making excuses only weakens our character. By pausing to think before we speak, we can ensure that we are being honest and accountable, rather than trying to shift blame or avoid responsibility. Intelligent people also think before they speak because they understand the importance of empathy. The Stoics believed that true wisdom comes from understanding others, and that speaking without thinking often leads to misunderstanding or hurt feelings. By pausing to reflect before we speak, we can ensure that our words are empathetic, kind, and considerate of the other person's perspective. Thinking before speaking is also a way to practice gratitude. The Stoics taught that gratitude is one of the keys to a happy and fulfilling life, and that speaking from a place of gratitude helps us cultivate more positive relationships. By taking a moment to reflect on what we are grateful for before we speak, we can ensure that our words are filled with appreciation and kindness, rather than negativity or criticism. Another important reason to think before speaking is that it helps us avoid speaking out of jealousy or envy. The Stoics believed that these emotions only lead to suffering, and that speaking from a place of jealousy or envy often leads to unnecessary conflict. By pausing to reflect before we speak, we can ensure that our words are free from these harmful emotions, and that we are speaking from a place of generosity and contentment. Thinking before speaking also helps us avoid speaking out of fear of judgment. The Stoics believed that true wisdom comes from being true to ourselves, and that speaking out of fear of what others might think only leads to inauthentic communication. By pausing to reflect before we speak, we can ensure that our words are honest and true to who we are, regardless of what others might think. Finally, thinking before speaking helps us avoid speaking out of habit. The Stoics believed that many of our words and actions are driven by habit rather than conscious thought, and that breaking these habits requires mindfulness and intention. By pausing to reflect before we speak, we can break the cycle of mindless chatter and ensure that our words are thoughtful, intentional, and aligned with our values. As we move from the practice of thinking before we speak, we now delve into the power of restraint, a concept deeply woven into the fabric of Stoic philosophy. Restraint is not simply about holding back. It is a deliberate choice to avoid harm. The ability to refrain from saying what may cause unnecessary pain, damage relationships, or escalate conflicts is a true mark of wisdom. The Stoics understood that the strength to hold one's tongue is far more difficult and far more valuable than speaking without thought. Restraint is about having control over your impulses and emotions, knowing that what is left unsaid can often be more powerful than any words uttered. Restraint offers us the ability to control situations rather than being controlled by them. When we practice restraint, we assert dominion over our emotions, especially in moments where anger or frustration might push us to speak harshly. The Stoics believed that the first thought or reaction is rarely the best. By choosing not to react impulsively, we prevent ourselves from saying things that might later be regretted. Restraint allows us to consider the long-term impact of our words, and it gives us the time to reflect on whether those words will contribute to peace or discord. There is a profound strength in choosing silence when words might do more harm than good. The ability to hold back requires a deep understanding of the self and an awareness of how easily words can spiral into misunderstanding or conflict. The Stoics taught that restraint is not weakness, but a form of emotional intelligence. It is a skill that requires constant practice and self-awareness. To refrain from speaking out of anger or to avoid unnecessary criticism shows a maturity that fosters peace both within and in our interactions with others. In moments of intense emotion, when words are at the tip of our tongues, restraint provides a pause, an opportunity to reflect before reacting. The Stoics knew that unchecked speech, especially when driven by anger or hurt, could unravel the bonds of trust and respect in any relationship. Practicing restraint gives us the ability to maintain these bonds, allowing time for emotions to settle before speaking. In doing so, we protect both ourselves and others from the damage that careless words can cause. Restraint also teaches us the value of listening. By holding back our own words, we create space for others to share their thoughts and feelings. The Stoics believed that listening was as important, if not more so, than speaking. In conversation, restraint allows us to truly hear the other person, to understand their perspective before offering our own. This builds empathy and strengthens connections, as it shows that we value their input and are not simply waiting for our turn to speak. The power of restraint extends beyond personal relationships and into our broader interactions with the world. In the face of criticism or provocation, the instinctive reaction might be to defend oneself or retaliate. However, the Stoics taught that restraint in these moments not only protects us from escalating conflict, but also preserves our dignity. By choosing not to engage in heated exchanges, we demonstrate control over our emotions and show that we are not swayed by the opinions or provocations of others. Restraint allows us to maintain our composure and act with integrity. One of the most challenging aspects of practicing restraint is in the face of injustice or unfair treatment. The Stoics acknowledged that there are times when it may feel necessary to speak out in anger or frustration. However, they believe that even in these situations, restraint is key. Responding to injustice with calm, measured words is far more effective than reacting with fury. Restraint does not mean accepting wrongs. It means choosing to address them in a way that promotes resolution rather than further conflict. Restraint also plays a crucial role in how we talk about others. Gossip and slander are forms of harmful speech that the Stoics advised against. Engaging in conversations that tear others down reflects poorly on our character and creates a negative atmosphere. Practicing restraint in these moments allows us to rise above the temptation to speak ill of others. By choosing not to engage in harmful speech, we contribute to a more positive, respectful environment, and we maintain our own sense of integrity. Another important aspect of restraint is knowing when to let go of the need to correct or criticize. There is often a temptation to point out the flaws or mistakes of others, but the Stoics taught that this impulse should be tempered with restraint. Not every situation requires our input, and often silence is a more powerful response. Restraint in offering criticism shows that we understand the impact of our words and that we respect the feelings of others. It allows us to consider whether our words are truly helpful or merely self-serving. The Stoics also believed that restraint in speech fosters humility. When we hold back from speaking unnecessarily or offering opinions on matters we may not fully understand, we acknowledge our limitations. Restraint teaches us that we do not always have to have the last word or the final say. This humility allows us to grow in wisdom, as it opens us up to the perspectives and knowledge of others. By practicing restraint, we show that we value learning and understanding over asserting our own viewpoints. Restraint is also closely tied to the Stoic principle of avoiding excess. Just as the Stoics advised against excess in material things, they also warned against excess in speech. Speaking too much, especially without thought or purpose, can dilute the value of our words. Practicing restraint ensures that when we do speak, our words carry weight and meaning. It teaches us to choose quality over quantity, to speak with intention rather than out of habit or impulse. Through restraint, we also develop patience. In moments of conflict or frustration, the urge to respond quickly and forcefully can be strong. However, the Stoics believed that true patience comes from the ability to wait, to allow time for reflection before responding. Restraint is the practice of patience in speech. It is the act of holding back until we can respond with clarity and wisdom, rather than reacting out of emotion. The ability to restrain oneself from harmful speech also cultivates self-discipline. It is easy to say whatever comes to mind, but it takes real strength to hold back and consider the impact of our words. The Stoics believed that self-discipline is essential to a virtuous life, and restraint in speech is one of the most important forms of self-discipline. It allows us to align our actions with our values and ensures that we are not ruled by our impulses. Restraint also teaches us the importance of timing. The Stoics understood that even the most well-intentioned words can cause harm if spoken at the wrong time. Practicing restraint allows us to wait for the right moment to speak, when our words will be most effective and least likely to cause unnecessary pain. By mastering the art of timing through restraint, we become more thoughtful communicators, capable of making a positive impact with our words. The Stoics also emphasized the role of restraint in maintaining inner peace. Harmful speech often arises from inner turmoil, anger, jealousy, frustration, or fear. By practicing restraint, we learn to manage these emotions rather than allowing them to control us. Restraint is a way of protecting our inner peace, ensuring that our words do not add to the chaos of the world, but instead contribute to harmony and understanding. One of the key benefits of restraint is that it helps us avoid escalation. In moments of conflict, responding with harsh or hurtful words can quickly turn a small disagreement into a major confrontation. The Stoics taught that restraint in these moments is crucial to preventing unnecessary drama and maintaining calm. By choosing not to escalate, we keep the situation under control and give ourselves the opportunity to resolve it peacefully. Restraint also helps us build trust with others. People are more likely to trust and respect those who demonstrate self-control in their speech. When we practice restraint, we show that we are thoughtful, reliable, and capable of handling difficult situations with grace. This trust is essential for building strong, lasting relationships, both in our personal lives and in our professional interactions. Through restraint, we also become more aware of our own biases and assumptions. The Stoics believed that much of the harmful speech we engage in comes from a place of misunderstanding or ignorance. By practicing restraint, we give ourselves the time to reflect on our own thoughts and beliefs before speaking. This self-awareness allows us to challenge our assumptions and approach conversations with an open mind, leading to more meaningful and productive dialogues. Restraint in speech also fosters respect for others. When we choose not to interrupt, criticize, or dominate a conversation, we show that we value the opinions and perspectives of those we are speaking with. The Stoics believed that respect is essential to any healthy relationship, and restraint in speech is one of the most important ways we can show that respect. It creates an environment of mutual understanding and collaboration rather than competition or conflict. The practice of restraint also helps us avoid regret. Many of us have experienced the feeling of wishing we could take back something we said in the heat of the moment. The Stoics taught that by practicing restraint, we can prevent these moments of regret. When we take the time to reflect before speaking, we are more likely to choose words that we can stand behind, even in difficult situations. This reduces the likelihood of saying something we will later wish we hadn't. Restraint also teaches us the value of kindness. The Stoics believed that kindness is a virtue that should guide all of our interactions, and restraint in speech is one of the most important ways we can practice kindness. By holding back from saying things that might hurt others, even when we feel justified in doing so, we show compassion and empathy. This kindness not only benefits those around us, but also helps us cultivate a sense of inner peace and fulfillment. Through restraint, we also learn the importance of emotional intelligence. The Stoics understood that our emotions often drive our speech, and that unchecked emotions can lead to harmful words. By practicing restraint, we develop the ability to manage our emotions and prevent them from dictating our actions. This emotional intelligence allows us to navigate difficult conversations with grace and wisdom, rather than being swept away by our feelings. Restraint in speech also fosters a sense of responsibility. The Stoics believed that we are responsible for the impact our words have on others, and that practicing restraint is a way of taking ownership of that responsibility. When we hold back from saying things that might cause harm, we show that we are mindful of the power of our words and are committed to using that power wisely. One of the most profound lessons of restraint is that it teaches us to value silence. In a world where noise and constant communication are often the norm, silence can be a powerful tool for reflection and understanding. The Stoics believed that silence allows us to connect more deeply with ourselves and with others, creating a space for thought and introspection. Restraint in speech helps us embrace the value of silence and use it as a tool for personal growth and meaningful connection. Through the practice of restraint, we also learn to detach from the need for approval. Many of the things we say are driven by a desire to be liked or validated by others. The Stoics taught that true contentment comes from within, and that seeking approval through speech only leads to insecurity. By practicing restraint, we free ourselves from the need for external validation and learn to speak only when it serves a purpose, not to gain approval. Restraint in speech also helps us develop a sense of detachment from the outcomes of our conversations. The Stoics believed that while we can control what we say, we cannot control how others respond. Practicing restraint allows us to focus on what is within our control, our words and actions, without becoming attached to the outcome. This detachment fosters a sense of inner peace and allows us to communicate more effectively, without being driven by the need for a specific response. The power of restraint also lies in its ability to foster forgiveness. When we choose not to react to hurtful words with more hurtful words, we open the door to forgiveness and reconciliation. The Stoics believed that restraint in speech allows us to rise above the pettiness of conflict and focus on the greater good. By choosing restraint, we demonstrate a commitment to healing and harmony rather than perpetuating cycles of harm. Restraint also teaches us the importance of self-respect. When we refrain from engaging in harmful speech, we show that we value ourselves and our own peace of mind. The Stoics believed that our words reflect our inner state, and that practicing restraint is a way of maintaining our own integrity. By choosing not to speak in ways that go against our values, we show respect for ourselves and for the life we are striving to build. Through restraint, we also cultivate a sense of gratitude. When we hold back from speaking out of anger, frustration, or envy, we create space for more positive emotions to take root. The Stoics taught that gratitude is one of the keys to a fulfilling life, and practicing restraint in speech helps us shift our focus away from negativity and toward appreciation for the good in our lives. Restraint in speech also helps us develop resilience. The Stoics believed that life is full of challenges, and that how we respond to those challenges determines our strength of character. Practicing restraint allows us to face difficulties with grace and composure, rather than reacting impulsively. This resilience helps us navigate life's ups and downs with a sense of calm and control, rather than being swept away by our emotions. One of the most valuable lessons of restraint is that it teaches us the importance of being present. The Stoics believed that much of the harm we cause with our words comes from not being fully present in the moment, speaking without thinking, reacting without reflecting. Practicing restraint helps us stay grounded in the present, fully engaged in our conversations and interactions, and mindful of the impact our words have on others. Restraint also teaches us the value of trust. When we hold back from speaking unnecessarily or offering opinions without thought, we show that we trust the process and are not trying to control every outcome. This trust allows us to let go of the need to dominate conversations or assert our views, and instead focus on creating a space for mutual understanding and respect. Through restraint, we also learn the importance of simplicity. The Stoics believed that simplicity in speech is a reflection of clarity in thought. When we practice restraint, we strip away the unnecessary and focus on what truly matters. This simplicity not only makes our communication more effective, but also helps us live with greater purpose and intention. Restraint in speech also fosters a sense of responsibility toward others. The Stoics believed that our words have the power to uplift or to harm, and that practicing restraint is a way of taking responsibility for the impact we have on those around us. When we hold back from speaking out of anger or frustration, we show that we are committed to creating a more positive and peaceful world, one conversation at a time. Finally, restraint teaches us the value of growth. The Stoics believed that wisdom comes from constant self-improvement, and that practicing restraint in speech is one of the most important ways we can grow. Every time we choose to hold back, to think before speaking, to refrain from harmful speech, we become a little wiser, a little more in control of our emotions, and a little more aligned with the life we want to lead. Moving from the practice of restraint, where we learned the importance of holding back harmful speech, we now turn to the subtle but impactful power of everyday language. Often, it is not just harmful words, but common, thoughtless phrases that betray a lack of wisdom. These phrases, spoken without consideration, reveal more than we may realize about our inner state. The Stoics understood that the words we choose shape our reality and relationships. Even casual expressions, when used carelessly, can cause misunderstandings, reinforce negative thinking, or spread discord. By recognizing these unwise phrases and learning how to avoid them, we take another step toward living with greater clarity and purpose. There are phrases we use every day that might seem harmless, but often signal deeper issues within us. For example, phrases like, "That's not my problem," may appear to protect us from overburdening ourselves, but they also reveal a refusal to engage with others' struggles. The Stoics believed in the interconnectedness of humanity. in the idea that we are all part of the same whole. Dismissing another's problem as not our own goes against the Stoic principle of compassion and shared responsibility. Avoiding this phrase and instead offering support or empathy strengthens bonds and promotes a sense of unity. Another phrase to avoid is, "I told you so." This statement is rooted in pride and a desire to assert superiority over others. The Stoics taught that true wisdom does not seek validation from others, nor does it thrive on pointing out the failures of others. When we say, "I told you so," we place ourselves above others, focusing on their mistakes rather than supporting their growth. Replacing this phrase with understanding and encouragement helps us foster stronger, more constructive relationships. The common phrase, "I don't care," also reflects a lack of wisdom. While it might be used to express indifference or a desire to detach from unnecessary drama, it can often come across as dismissive and cold. The Stoics believed in caring deeply about the things that truly matter and letting go of the trivial. Instead of saying, "I don't care," we can acknowledge the situation and choose to focus on what is within our control, without denying the humanity of the other person. Saying, "That's just how I am," is another example of a phrase that shows a lack of wisdom. It signals a resistance to change and growth, a refusal to acknowledge personal responsibility. The Stoics believed that we are all capable of change and improvement, and that self-awareness is key to living a virtuous life. Instead of clinging to excuses, we can adopt a mindset of growth, taking responsibility for our actions and committing to self-betterment. Phrases like, "It's not fair," reflect a mindset that the Stoics would challenge. Life, according to Stoic teachings, is neither fair nor unfair. It simply is. Complaining about fairness implies that we expect life to conform to our personal desires and expectations. The Stoics encouraged accepting life's challenges with grace, understanding that fairness is subjective and often beyond our control. Instead of focusing on what we perceive as unfair, we can focus on how we respond to life's inevitable difficulties. Another phrase to avoid is, "There's nothing I can do." While this statement may reflect genuine helplessness in certain situations, it often becomes an excuse for inaction. The Stoics taught that while we cannot control everything, there is always something we can do, whether it's changing our perspective, managing our reactions, or finding small ways to improve the situation. By replacing this phrase with a solution-oriented mindset, we empower ourselves to take action, no matter how small. Saying, "I could never," is another example of limiting language that the Stoics would advise against. This phrase shuts down possibilities and reinforces a fixed mindset, one that denies our ability to grow and adapt. The Stoics believed in the power of effort and perseverance, that we can achieve much more than we think if we apply ourselves with discipline and determination. Instead of saying, "I could never," we can embrace a mindset of possibility, recognizing that with effort, many things become achievable. The phrase, "It's not my fault," also reflects a lack of wisdom. While it is important to avoid unnecessary guilt, the Stoics taught that we should always take responsibility for our part in any situation. Blaming others or circumstances shifts focus away from what we can control. By taking ownership of our actions, even when things go wrong, we grow in self-awareness and integrity. Replacing this phrase with accountability helps us become more resilient and responsible. Another phrase to avoid is, "I'll do it later." This common expression reveals a tendency to procrastinate and avoid immediate responsibility. The Stoics believed in the importance of action, of doing what needs to be done without delay. Procrastination not only postpones tasks, but often creates more stress and anxiety in the long run. By embracing a mindset of urgency and responsibility, we can avoid the trap of delaying action and take control of our time and energy. Saying, "That's impossible," is another way we limit ourselves and others. The Stoics believed in the power of perseverance and the ability to overcome obstacles through patience and effort. Declaring something impossible often reflects a lack of faith in ourselves or in the process. Instead of focusing on limitations, we can focus on possibilities, acknowledging that while some things may be difficult, they are rarely truly impossible. Another unwise phrase is, "It's too late." This phrase signals resignation and a belief that opportunities have passed us by. The Stoics believed that as long as we are alive, there is always time to improve, to grow, and to make a difference. Life is constantly evolving, and new opportunities present themselves when we are open to them. By letting go of the belief that it's too late, we free ourselves to take action and embrace the present moment. Saying, "I don't have time," often reflects poor prioritization rather than a true lack of time. The Stoics valued time as one of our most precious resources and encouraged us to use it wisely. When we say we don't have time for something, we are often avoiding responsibility or failing to recognize what truly matters. Instead of making excuses, we can prioritize our time more effectively and commit to the things that align with our values and goals. Another phrase to avoid is, "I'm just being honest." While honesty is a virtue, this phrase is often used to justify hurtful or unnecessary comments. The Stoics believed in speaking the truth, but they also believed in doing so with kindness and wisdom. Honesty should never be an excuse for cruelty or thoughtlessness. By choosing our words carefully and speaking truthfully without causing harm, we uphold both honesty and compassion. Saying everyone else is doing it reflects a lack of independent thought and responsibility. The Stoics taught that we should not be swayed by the actions or opinions of others, but should instead act according to our own principles and values. Just because something is popular or widely accepted does not mean it is right or wise. By avoiding this phrase, we strengthen our commitment to living authentically and making choices based on our own moral compass. Another common phrase that shows a lack of wisdom is, "I deserve better." While it's important to recognize our worth, this phrase often reflects entitlement rather than gratitude. The Stoics believed that life does not owe us anything, and that true contentment comes from appreciating what we have rather than constantly seeking more. Instead of focusing on what we believe we deserve, we can cultivate gratitude for the present and work toward improvement with humility. Saying, "I'm too busy," is often a way to avoid commitment or responsibility. While it may be true that our schedules are full, the Stoics believed that we must make time for the things that matter. Being busy should not be an excuse for neglecting important relationships or responsibilities. Instead of using busyness as a shield, we can evaluate our priorities and make intentional choices about where we invest our time and energy. Another unwise phrase is, "I can't help it." This statement reflects a lack of control over our actions and emotions, something the Stoics strongly opposed. The Stoics believed that while we cannot control everything, we always have control over our reactions and choices. Saying, "I can't help it," absolves us of responsibility and reinforces a victim mentality. By acknowledging our ability to choose, we empower ourselves to act with intention and self-discipline. Saying, "That's just how things are," reflects a defeatist attitude that the Stoics would challenge. While we cannot control everything in life, the Stoics taught that we can always control our perspective and our actions. Accepting things as they are without seeking improvement or change limits our growth and potential. Instead of resigning ourselves to the status quo, we can adopt a mindset of proactive change and responsibility. Another phrase to avoid is, "It's always been this way." This statement reflects a resistance to change and an attachment to tradition for its own sake. The Stoics believed that growth requires us to adapt and evolve, and that clinging to the past prevents us from embracing new possibilities. By letting go of the belief that things must remain as they are, we open ourselves to innovation, growth, and positive change. Saying, "I knew this would happen," reflects a mindset focused on negative expectations and a desire to be proven right. The Stoics taught that while we cannot predict the future, we can control how we respond to it. By focusing on solutions rather than on being right, we create a more positive and proactive approach to challenges. Instead of reinforcing negative expectations, we can embrace the unknown with openness and flexibility. Another unwise phrase is, "I don't need help." This statement reflects pride and a reluctance to rely on others. The Stoics believed in the importance of community and mutual support, recognizing that we are stronger together than we are alone. By avoiding this phrase and embracing the willingness to seek and offer help, we foster stronger connections and create a more supportive and collaborative environment. Saying "it's not worth it" often reflects a lack of perseverance and commitment. The Stoics believed that the path to wisdom and virtue is not always easy, but it is always worth pursuing. Dismissing challenges or opportunities because they seem too difficult or time-consuming limits our potential for growth. Instead of giving up easily, we can embrace challenges with determination, knowing that the effort is worth the rewards. Another phrase to avoid is, "I'm too old" or "I'm too young." These statements reflect limiting beliefs about our capabilities based on age. The Stoics believed that wisdom and growth are lifelong pursuits, and that age should never be a barrier to learning or achieving. By letting go of age-related excuses, we open ourselves to continuous growth and new opportunities, regardless of where we are in life. Saying, "That's just how the world works," reflects a passive acceptance of negative or unjust systems. The Stoics believed in taking responsibility for creating positive change, even in the face of seemingly insurmountable challenges. Accepting the status quo without question limits our ability to make a difference. Instead of resigning ourselves to the way things are, we can work toward a more just and virtuous world through our actions and choices. Another unwise phrase is, "It's not my job." While it's important to set boundaries, this statement often reflects a lack of willingness to take initiative or contribute to the greater good. The Stoics believed that we all have a responsibility to contribute to the well-being of others, even when it falls outside of our immediate duties. By avoiding this phrase and embracing a mindset of service, we strengthen our character and create a more supportive community. Saying "I can't change" reflects a fixed mindset that the Stoics would strongly challenge. The Stoics believed that change is not only possible, but necessary for growth and improvement. Clinging to the belief that we are incapable of change limits our potential and reinforces negative patterns. By embracing the possibility of change, we open ourselves to new opportunities and a more fulfilling life. Another phrase to avoid is, "I'm not good enough." This statement reflects a lack of self-worth and a focus on perceived inadequacies. The Stoics taught that self-worth comes from within, from living in accordance with our values and striving for virtue. Instead of focusing on our shortcomings, we can focus on our efforts and growth, recognizing that we are always capable of improvement and worthy of respect. Saying "I'll never forgive" reflects a mindset of holding on to grudges and past hurts. The Stoics believed in the power of forgiveness as a way to free ourselves from resentment and move forward with peace. Holding on to anger and refusing to forgive only harms us, not the person who wronged us. By letting go of this phrase and embracing forgiveness, we create space for healing and personal growth. Another unwise phrase is, "I'm always right." This statement reflects arrogance and a refusal to acknowledge the possibility of being wrong. The Stoics valued humility and self-awareness, recognizing that we all have blind spots and limitations. By letting go of the need to be right and embracing a mindset of learning, we open ourselves to greater wisdom and understanding. Saying, "I'll never be able to do that," reflects a defeatist attitude that limits our potential. The Stoics believed that through effort and perseverance, we can achieve much more than we initially think. By avoiding this phrase and embracing a mindset of possibility, we challenge ourselves to grow and overcome obstacles, knowing that we are capable of more than we realize. Another phrase to avoid is, "It's not my fault." While it's important to avoid unnecessary guilt, this phrase often reflects a reluctance to take responsibility for our actions. The Stoics taught that personal accountability is essential for growth and integrity. By taking ownership of our role in any situation, even when things go wrong, we strengthen our character and develop resilience. Saying, "I'm just unlucky," reflects a belief in external forces controlling our lives. The Stoics believed that while we cannot control everything, we can control our reactions and choices. Blaming luck for our circumstances limits our ability to take action and create change. By letting go of this phrase, we empower ourselves to take responsibility and make the most of every situation, regardless of luck. Another unwise phrase is, "I don't need anyone." This statement reflects a mindset of isolation and pride, denying the importance of relationships and community. The Stoics believed in the interconnectedness of humanity and the value of mutual support. By avoiding this phrase and embracing the importance of connection, we create stronger relationships and a more fulfilling life. Saying, "It's too hard," reflects a mindset focused on difficulty rather than possibility. The Stoics believed that challenges are an essential part of growth and that the effort required to overcome obstacles is what makes the journey worthwhile. By letting go of this phrase and embracing challenges with determination, we develop resilience and achieve more than we thought possible. Another phrase to avoid is, "It's not my responsibility." While it's important to set healthy boundaries, this statement often reflects a reluctance to take ownership of our actions or to contribute to the greater good. The Stoics believed that we all have a responsibility to act with integrity and to contribute to the well-being of others. By embracing responsibility rather than avoiding it, we strengthen our character and create a more positive impact on the world. Saying, "I'll never change," reflects a fixed mindset that limits our potential for growth. The Stoics believed that change is not only possible, but necessary for living a virtuous life. Clinging to the belief that we cannot change reinforces negative patterns and prevents us from evolving. By letting go of this phrase and embracing the possibility of growth, we open ourselves to new opportunities and a more fulfilling life. Another unwise phrase is, "I don't care what others think." While it's important not to be overly concerned with others' opinions, this phrase often reflects a lack of empathy and consideration for how our actions impact those around us. The Stoics believed that we should act with kindness and respect, mindful of the effects our words and actions have on others. By avoiding this phrase and embracing empathy, we create more harmonious relationships and a more compassionate world. Saying, "I can't forgive myself," reflects a mindset of self-punishment and guilt. The Stoics believed in the importance of self-forgiveness as a way to move forward and learn from our mistakes. Holding on to guilt only hinders our growth and keeps us stuck in the past. By letting go of this phrase and embracing self-compassion, we free ourselves to heal and continue on the path of self-improvement. In recognizing and avoiding these common phrases, we practice greater wisdom in our speech and actions, living more intentionally and in alignment with the Stoic principles of clarity, responsibility, and growth. Through thoughtful language, we shape a life of meaning, respect, and purpose. As we move forward from the unwise phrases we often say without realizing their impact, we now turn to the core Stoic practice of speaking only what is necessary. This approach isn't just about speaking less. It's about understanding the power of words and choosing to speak with intention. The Stoics believed that unnecessary words dilute the impact of what truly matters. When we learn to communicate only what is essential, we cultivate clarity, purpose, and a deeper connection with ourselves and others. In a world full of noise, the ability to distill our words into something meaningful is a true reflection of wisdom and self-control. Speaking only what is necessary begins with self-awareness. The Stoics taught that we must first be aware of our thoughts and emotions before we allow them to manifest as words. By pausing before speaking, we create space to evaluate whether what we are about to say is truly needed. This practice helps us avoid filling conversations with meaningless chatter and allows us to contribute more thoughtfully to the dialogue. In this way, our words carry more weight and are met with greater respect. There is a sense of discipline in speaking only what is necessary. It requires us to resist the temptation to speak for the sake of speaking, to avoid impulsively sharing every thought that crosses our mind. The Stoics valued restraint and the ability to hold back unless what we say adds value to the situation. This is not about remaining silent all the time, but about knowing when our words serve a higher purpose and when silence speaks volumes. When we speak only what is necessary, we also avoid the common trap of over-explaining. Often, in an effort to clarify or justify ourselves, we end up saying too much and complicating the message. The Stoics believed in simplicity and precision. By stripping away unnecessary details, we allow our core message to stand clear and strong. This not only makes our communication more effective, but also ensures that we are not wasting time or energy on irrelevant points. Speaking what is necessary also prevents us from engaging in gossip or idle talk. The Stoics warned against discussing matters that do not concern us or spreading information that serves no positive purpose. Idle chatter often leads to misunderstandings, conflict, or the erosion of trust. By focusing on necessary communication, we avoid these pitfalls and contribute to a more honest and constructive environment. Our words become tools for connection and progress, rather than for division or distraction. The Stoic practice of speaking only what is necessary also cultivates a deep sense of mindfulness. When we are mindful of our words, we become more present in our interactions, fully aware of what we are saying and why. This level of attentiveness fosters more meaningful conversations, where both parties feel heard and valued. It transforms everyday exchanges into opportunities for genuine connection, as we are no longer speaking on autopilot, but with deliberate thought and care. One of the greatest benefits of speaking only what is necessary is that it reduces misunderstandings. When we clutter our speech with too many words, the message can become lost or confused. The Stoics believed that clarity is key to effective communication, and that by keeping our words focused and intentional, we minimize the chances of being misunderstood. This practice also makes us better listeners, as we become more attuned to the core message being conveyed, both by ourselves and by others. Another important aspect of speaking only what is necessary is that it fosters self-control. The Stoics placed great emphasis on mastering one's emotions, and the discipline of controlling our speech is a reflection of this mastery. When we speak impulsively, we are often driven by emotions such as anger, frustration, or pride. By speaking only what is necessary, we demonstrate our ability to rise above these impulses and respond with wisdom and composure. The practice of speaking only what is necessary also encourages us to listen more deeply. When we are not focused on what we want to say next, we can fully engage with what the other person is saying. This creates a space for genuine understanding and empathy. The Stoics believed that true wisdom comes not just from speaking, but from listening. By allowing ourselves to listen more and speak less, we open ourselves to new perspectives and insights that we might otherwise miss. Speaking only what is necessary also helps us avoid the trap of reacting defensively. When we feel attacked or criticized, our first instinct may be to defend ourselves with a barrage of words. However, the Stoics taught that reacting defensively often escalates the situation and leads to unnecessary conflict. By pausing and considering whether our words are truly needed, we can respond with calmness and reason, rather than with emotional reactivity. Another benefit of this practice is that it helps us maintain our integrity. When we speak only what is necessary, we avoid saying things we don't truly mean or making promises we cannot keep. The Stoics valued honesty and authenticity, and by choosing our words carefully, we ensure that our speech aligns with our values. This builds trust with others and allows us to live in a way that is consistent with our principles. Speaking only what is necessary also helps us manage our time more effectively. In a world where conversations can easily drift into irrelevant topics or unnecessary details, the ability to stay focused on what truly matters allows us to make the most of our time. The Stoics believed that time is one of our most valuable resources, and by speaking concisely and with intention, we respect both our own time and the time of others. When we practice speaking only what is necessary, we also become more aware of the impact our words have on others. The Stoics taught that our words have the power to heal or to harm, to build or to destroy. By being selective with our speech, we ensure that we are using this power for good. This awareness fosters a sense of responsibility in our communication, as we are more mindful of how our words affect those around us. The Stoics also believed that speaking only what is necessary helps us cultivate inner peace. When we speak too much or engage in unnecessary conversations, we often find ourselves drained or agitated. By focusing on essential communication, we create more mental space for reflection and calmness. This practice allows us to preserve our energy and maintain a sense of balance, even in the midst of busy or stressful situations. Another important aspect of this practice is that it teaches us to prioritize quality over quantity. In conversations, it is not the number of words we use that matters, but the value of what we say. The Stoics believed that wisdom is often found in simplicity. By speaking only what is necessary, we ensure that our words are filled with meaning and purpose rather than empty or superficial. This focus on quality deepens our interactions and makes our words more impactful. Speaking only what is necessary also fosters humility. It requires us to acknowledge that not every thought we have needs to be shared, and that sometimes silence is the wiser choice. The Stoics believed that humility is a key component of wisdom, and by practicing restraint in our speech, we demonstrate our understanding of this virtue. This humility allows us to create space for others to share their perspectives and ideas, fostering a more collaborative and respectful environment. The practice of speaking only what is necessary also helps us avoid unnecessary drama. When we speak too much or engage in gossip or speculation, we often find ourselves entangled in conflicts or misunderstandings that could have been avoided. The Stoics believed in focusing on what is within our control, and by limiting our speech to what is necessary, we avoid becoming involved in situations that drain our energy and peace of mind. Another benefit of this practice is that it helps us develop patience. In conversations, there is often a temptation to interrupt or speak before the other person has finished. However, the Stoics taught that patience is essential for meaningful communication. By speaking only what is necessary, we give ourselves the time to fully process what the other person is saying before responding. This patience leads to deeper understanding and more thoughtful responses. Speaking only what is necessary also helps us avoid self-centeredness. When we speak too much, we often focus on ourselves, our thoughts, our opinions, our experiences. The Stoics believed that true wisdom comes from looking beyond ourselves and considering the needs and perspectives of others. By limiting our speech to what is essential, we shift the focus away from ourselves and toward the greater good, fostering more meaningful and selfless interactions. The practice of speaking only what is necessary also aligns with the Stoic principle of accepting what we cannot control. Many of the words we say are attempts to control situations or people, to assert our opinions or influence outcomes. However, the Stoics taught that we should focus on what is within our control and let go of the rest. By speaking only what is necessary, we release the need to control every conversation or situation, allowing things to unfold naturally. Another important aspect of this practice is that it helps us avoid judgmental speech. When we speak too much, we often fall into the habit of judging others or making assumptions about their actions or motivations. The Stoics believed that judgment is a reflection of our own insecurities and biases, and that by practicing non-judgment, we cultivate greater compassion and understanding. By speaking only what is necessary, we avoid the temptation to judge and instead focus on constructive, positive communication. Speaking only what is necessary also helps us develop emotional intelligence. The Stoics taught that our emotions often drive our speech, leading us to say things we later regret. By practicing restraint and speaking only what is necessary, we become more aware of our emotional triggers and learn to respond with greater wisdom and control. This emotional intelligence allows us to navigate difficult conversations with grace and composure, rather than being swept away by our feelings. Another benefit of this practice is that it helps us maintain our dignity. The Stoics believed that our words are a reflection of our character, and that by speaking with intention and restraint, we preserve our sense of dignity and self-respect. When we speak too much or engage in unnecessary conversations, we often compromise our integrity. By speaking only what is necessary, we uphold our values and maintain a sense of pride in our communication. The practice of speaking only what is necessary also helps us avoid the trap of complaining. The Stoics believed that complaining is a form of resistance to reality and that it does nothing to improve our situation. By speaking only what is necessary, we avoid wasting energy on complaints and instead focus on solutions. This mindset shift leads to greater resilience and a more positive outlook on life. Speaking only what is necessary also fosters a sense of gratitude. When we speak too much, we often focus on what is lacking or what we wish were different. However, the Stoics taught that true contentment comes from appreciating what we have. By limiting our speech to what is necessary, we create more space for gratitude and appreciation in our lives. This shift in focus helps us cultivate a deeper sense of peace and fulfillment. Another important aspect of this practice is that it helps us avoid the trap of defensiveness. When we speak too much, we often feel the need to defend ourselves or justify our actions. However, the Stoics taught that true strength comes from inner confidence, not from external validation. By speaking only what is necessary, we let go of the need to defend ourselves and focus on living in alignment with our values. This mindset frees us from the pressure to constantly prove ourselves to others. The practice of speaking only what is necessary also helps us avoid conflict. Many arguments arise because of misunderstandings or unnecessary words. The Stoics believed that by speaking with clarity and intention, we can prevent conflict before it starts. By focusing on what is essential, we avoid miscommunication and create a more peaceful, harmonious environment. Speaking only what is necessary also fosters a sense of curiosity. When we speak too much, we often close ourselves off to new ideas and perspectives. However, the Stoics believed that true wisdom comes from being open to learning and growth. By speaking less and listening more, we create space for curiosity and discovery. This mindset allows us to approach conversations with a sense of openness and wonder, rather than with fixed opinions or assumptions. Another benefit of this practice is that it helps us avoid the trap of overthinking. When we speak too much, we often overanalyze situations or get caught up in unnecessary details. The Stoics believed in the power of simplicity and clarity, and by speaking only what is necessary, we free ourselves from the burden of overthinking. This practice allows us to focus on what truly matters and let go of the rest. Speaking only what is necessary also helps us avoid the trap of regret. Many of us have experienced the feeling of wishing we could take back something we said in the heat of the moment. The Stoics taught that by practicing restraint and speaking with intention, we can prevent these moments of regret. This mindset leads to greater peace of mind and allows us to move through life with confidence and clarity. The practice of speaking only what is necessary also helps us cultivate a sense of calm. When we speak too much, we often create noise and distraction in our lives. However, the Stoics believed that true peace comes from stillness and clarity. By speaking only what is necessary, we create more space for reflection and inner calm. This practice allows us to navigate life with a sense of balance and tranquility, even in the midst of chaos. Another important aspect of this practice is that it helps us avoid the trap of comparison. When we speak too much, we often compare ourselves to others or seek validation through our words. However, the Stoics taught that true contentment comes from within, not from external comparisons. By speaking only what is necessary, we let go of the need to compare ourselves to others and focus on our own path. This mindset fosters a sense of self-acceptance and inner peace. Speaking only what is necessary also helps us avoid the trap of perfectionism. When we speak too much, we often try to control every aspect of the conversation or seek to present ourselves in a certain way. However, the Stoics believed that perfectionism is a form of resistance to reality, and that true wisdom comes from accepting ourselves as we are. By speaking only what is necessary, we let go of the need for perfection and embrace the beauty of imperfection. This mindset leads to greater self-compassion and a more authentic way of living. Finally, the practice of speaking only what is necessary helps us cultivate a deeper sense of purpose. When we speak too much, we often get caught up in trivial matters or distractions. However, the Stoics believed that true fulfillment comes from living with intention and focus. By speaking only what is necessary, we align our words with our values and priorities, creating a life of greater meaning and purpose. This practice allows us to move through life with clarity and conviction, knowing that every word we speak serves a higher purpose. As we move from the practice of speaking only what is necessary, we now delve into the deeper wisdom of silence, a profound choice that an intelligent person embraces. Silence is more than the absence of words. It is a space of clarity, reflection, and strength. The Stoics understood that those who choose silence over speaking too much gain mastery over their thoughts and actions. In silence, we find the power to listen, to observe, and to understand. It is a gateway to wisdom that allows us to rise above the noise of everyday life and focus on what truly matters. Embracing silence is not an act of withdrawal, but a conscious decision to live with intention and presence. An intelligent person recognizes that silence is often more powerful than words. In conversations, it is easy to fall into the habit of speaking too much, trying to fill every pause or gap with words. But those who value silence understand that not every thought needs to be spoken. Silence gives us the opportunity to think before we speak, to process our emotions, and to choose our words wisely. This mindful approach to communication allows us to contribute meaningfully without overwhelming the conversation with unnecessary noise. Silence is also a tool for emotional control. When faced with conflict or frustration, speaking too much often escalates the situation. The Stoics taught that silence allows us to step back, to cool our emotions, and to respond with calmness and reason. By choosing silence in moments of anger, we avoid saying things we may later regret and preserve our peace of mind. This control over our speech is a reflection of inner strength, and it helps us maintain composure in the face of adversity. Another reason an intelligent person embraces silence is that it fosters deeper listening. When we are not preoccupied with what we want to say next, we can truly hear what others are saying. Silence creates space for us to understand the emotions and intentions behind words, allowing us to engage with others on a more meaningful level. The Stoics believed that wisdom comes from understanding, and silence is the key to unlocking that understanding. By listening more and speaking less, we build stronger relationships based on trust and empathy. In silence, we also find clarity of thought. The Stoics valued silence as a means of reflection, a way to sift through the noise of everyday life and focus on what is truly important. When we refrain from speaking too much, we give ourselves the opportunity to think deeply, to reflect on our actions, and to gain insight into ourselves and the world around us. Silence is a space for growth, where wisdom is cultivated and new perspectives are born. Silence also allows us to avoid unnecessary conflict. Many arguments arise not because of the content of our words, but because of the way we say them. Speaking too much, especially in heated moments, often leads to misunderstandings and escalation. The Stoics taught that silence in these moments can diffuse tension and prevent conflicts from spiraling out of control. By choosing silence, we show restraint and wisdom, allowing the situation to resolve itself naturally rather than through forceful words. An intelligent person also values silence because it protects their energy. Speaking too much can be draining, especially when we engage in conversations that are unproductive or filled with negativity. The Stoics believed in conserving energy for what truly matters, and silence is one way to do that. By choosing when and where to speak, we preserve our mental and emotional resources, allowing us to focus on the things that bring value to our lives. Silence is also a form of humility. The Stoics taught that wisdom comes from recognizing what we do not know, and silence is a way of acknowledging our limitations. When we speak too much, we often fall into the trap of asserting our opinions or trying to prove ourselves. But silence allows us to step back and listen, to learn from others, and to admit that we do not have all the answers. This humility is a hallmark of intelligence, as it opens the door to new knowledge and growth. In silence, we find the power to observe. The Stoics believed that observation is a key to understanding human nature and the world around us. When we are silent, we are not distracted by our own thoughts or words, and we can focus on what is happening around us. This heightened awareness allows us to see things more clearly, to notice details we might otherwise miss, and to gain deeper insights into the situations we encounter. Silence sharpens our perception and helps us make more informed decisions. Another reason an intelligent person embraces silence is that it fosters patience. In a world that often values quick responses and instant gratification, silence teaches us to wait, to allow things to unfold naturally. The Stoics believed that patience is a virtue, and silence is one way to practice it. By choosing silence over speaking too much, we give ourselves the time to reflect, to consider different perspectives, and to respond thoughtfully rather than impulsively. Silence also helps us avoid the trap of gossip and idle talk. The Stoics warned against engaging in conversations that serve no purpose or that harm others. Gossip and idle chatter often lead to misunderstandings, damaged relationships, and wasted time. By embracing silence, we remove ourselves from these negative conversations and focus on what is meaningful. This not only preserves our integrity, but also creates a more positive and constructive environment. In silence, we also learn to detach from the need for validation. Speaking too much often stems from a desire to be heard, to be recognized, or to seek approval from others. But the Stoics taught that true wisdom comes from within, and that we do not need external validation to feel secure in ourselves. Silence allows us to let go of the need to prove ourselves, and instead focus on living in alignment with our values. This detachment fosters a sense of inner peace and self-confidence. Another benefit of silence is that it helps us develop self-awareness. When we are constantly speaking, we often lose touch with our inner thoughts and emotions. Silence creates space for us to reflect on our own feelings, to examine our motivations, and to gain a deeper understanding of ourselves. This self-awareness is essential for personal growth, as it allows us to recognize areas where we can improve and to align our actions with our true values. Silence also fosters creativity. The Stoics believed that silence is a space for the mind to wander, to explore new ideas, and to discover solutions to problems. When we are not distracted by constant conversation or noise, we give our minds the freedom to think more deeply and creatively. This is why many of the greatest thinkers, artists, and philosophers have found inspiration in moments of silence. By embracing silence, we open ourselves to new possibilities and creative breakthroughs. In silence, we also cultivate a sense of calm. Speaking too much often creates noise and chaos in our lives, leading to stress and anxiety. The Stoics taught that silence is a path to inner peace, a way to quiet the mind and find stillness amidst the noise of the world. By choosing silence over excessive speech, we create more space for reflection and relaxation, allowing us to approach life with a greater sense of balance and tranquility. Silence is also a way to practice discipline. The Stoics believed that self-discipline is essential for living a virtuous life, and silence is one of the most powerful forms of discipline. It requires us to resist the urge to speak impulsively, to hold back when words are not necessary, and to remain composed even in challenging situations. This discipline strengthens our character and helps us navigate life with greater wisdom and control. An intelligent person also embraces silence because it fosters respect. When we choose silence, we show that we value the other person's words and that we are not simply waiting for our turn to speak. This respect creates a more meaningful and thoughtful conversation where both parties feel heard and valued. The Stoics believed that mutual respect is essential for building strong relationships, and silence is one way to cultivate that respect. In silence, we also find the strength to endure criticism. The Stoics taught that we should not be swayed by the opinions of others, and that criticism is often a reflection of the other person's perspective rather than an objective truth. By choosing silence in the face of criticism, we demonstrate our ability to rise above it and maintain our composure. This strength of character allows us to stay true to ourselves, regardless of what others may say. Another benefit of silence is that it helps us avoid saying things we might later regret. In moments of anger or frustration, it is easy to say things that are hurtful or unnecessary. The Stoics believed that once words are spoken, they cannot be taken back, and that we should be mindful of the impact our words have on others. By embracing silence in these moments, we give ourselves the time to cool down and reflect before responding, preventing us from causing harm with our words. Silence also helps us maintain our dignity. The Stoics taught that our words are a reflection of our character, and that speaking too much or speaking carelessly can diminish our dignity. By choosing silence over unnecessary speech, we preserve our sense of self-respect and integrity. This dignity is a source of inner strength, allowing us to navigate life with confidence and grace. In silence, we also find the ability to observe our own thoughts. The Stoics believed that our thoughts shape our reality, and that we must be mindful of what we allow into our minds. Silence creates space for us to observe our thoughts without judgment, to understand where they come from, and to choose which thoughts to act on. This practice of mindful observation helps us gain control over our inner world and live more intentionally. Silence also teaches us the value of simplicity. The Stoics believed that simplicity is a path to wisdom, and that speaking too much often complicates our lives unnecessarily. By embracing silence, we simplify our communication and focus on what truly matters. This simplicity allows us to live with greater clarity and purpose, free from the distractions of unnecessary words. Another reason an intelligent person embraces silence is that it fosters resilience. The Stoics believed that life is full of challenges, and that our ability to endure these challenges is a reflection of our inner strength. Silence in the face of adversity allows us to gather our thoughts, to reflect on our values, and to respond with wisdom rather than with impulsivity. This resilience helps us navigate life's ups and downs with a sense of calm and control. In silence, we also learn to accept what we cannot change. The Stoics taught that much of our suffering comes from resisting reality, from trying to control things that are beyond our control. Silence is a way to practice acceptance, to let go of the need to control every situation or conversation. This acceptance brings peace and allows us to focus on what is within our control, our thoughts, actions, and words. Silence also helps us cultivate patience with ourselves. The Stoics believed that self-compassion is essential for personal growth, and that we must be patient with our own progress. In moments of silence, we can reflect on our journey, acknowledge our efforts, and forgive ourselves for our mistakes. This patience allows us to continue growing without the pressure of perfection, knowing that wisdom is a lifelong pursuit. An intelligent person also values silence because it fosters emotional intelligence. The Stoics taught that our emotions often drive our speech, leading us to say things we may later regret. By embracing silence, we create space to observe our emotions, to understand where they come from, and to choose how we respond. This emotional intelligence allows us to navigate difficult situations with grace and wisdom, rather than being swept away by our feelings. In silence, we also find the strength to let go of the need to be right. The Stoics believed that wisdom is not about winning arguments or proving ourselves, but about living in alignment with our values. Silence allows us to let go of the need to assert our opinions or to convince others, freeing us from the pressure of being right. This mindset fosters a sense of inner peace and humility, allowing us to focus on what truly matters. Another benefit of silence is that it helps us avoid overthinking. The Stoics taught that overthinking often leads to unnecessary stress and anxiety as we become trapped in our own thoughts. Silence creates space for us to quiet the mind, to let go of overthinking, and to focus on the present moment. This practice of mindfulness helps us live with greater clarity and calmness, free from the mental clutter of overanalyzing every situation. In silence, we also learn to appreciate the beauty of the present moment. The Stoics believed that life is fleeting and that we must make the most of each moment. Silence allows us to be fully present, to savor the small joys of life, and to appreciate the world around us. This appreciation brings a sense of contentment and fulfillment, as we realize that true happiness is found not in words, but in the quiet moments of stillness and reflection. Silence is also a way to practice gratitude. The Stoics taught that gratitude is essential for a fulfilling life, and that we must cultivate it in every aspect of our lives. In moments of silence, we can reflect on the things we are grateful for, whether it's the people in our lives, the opportunities we have, or the simple pleasures of everyday life. This practice of gratitude fosters a sense of inner peace and contentment, allowing us to live with greater joy and appreciation. An intelligent person also embraces silence because it fosters self-discipline. The Stoics believed that discipline is essential for living a virtuous life, and that silence is one of the most powerful forms of discipline. It requires us to resist the urge to speak impulsively, to hold back when words are not necessary, and to remain composed even in challenging situations. This discipline strengthens our character and helps us navigate life with greater wisdom and control. In silence, we also find the courage to face our fears. The Stoics taught that much of our fear comes from our thoughts, and that silence allows us to observe those thoughts without being overwhelmed by them. In moments of silence, we can confront our fears, understand their origins, and choose how we respond to them. This courage allows us to move through life with greater confidence, free from the constraints of fear and doubt. Silence also helps us develop resilience in the face of criticism. The Stoics believed that we should not be swayed by the opinions of others, and that criticism is often a reflection of the other person's perspective rather than an objective truth. By choosing silence in the face of criticism, we demonstrate our ability to rise above it and maintain our composure. This resilience helps us stay true to ourselves, regardless of what others may say. Another reason an intelligent person embraces silence is that it fosters a sense of inner peace. The Stoics taught that true peace comes from within, and that silence is a way to cultivate that peace. When we are not constantly speaking or engaging in unnecessary conversations, we create more space for reflection, relaxation, and stillness. This inner peace allows us to navigate life with a sense of calm and balance, even in the midst of chaos. In silence, we also find the strength to let go of the need for approval. The Stoics believed that wisdom comes from living in alignment with our values, not from seeking validation from others. Silence allows us to let go of the need to prove ourselves or to seek approval, freeing us from the pressure of external expectations. This mindset fosters a sense of inner confidence and self-assurance, allowing us to live authentically and with purpose. Silence also helps us avoid unnecessary drama. The Stoics warned against engaging in conversations that serve no purpose or that create conflict. By embracing silence, we remove ourselves from these negative conversations and focus on what is meaningful. This not only preserves our integrity, but also creates a more positive and constructive environment. In silence, we also find the power to listen to our intuition. The Stoics believed that our inner wisdom is a source of guidance, and that silence allows us to tap into that wisdom. When we are not distracted by constant conversation or noise, we can hear the quiet voice of our intuition, guiding us toward the right decisions and actions. This connection to our inner wisdom helps us navigate life with greater clarity and purpose. Finally, silence teaches us the value of presence. The Stoics believed that life is lived in the present moment, and that silence is a way to fully engage with that moment. In silence, We are not distracted by the past or the future, but are fully present in the here and now. This presence allows us to live with greater awareness, appreciation, and joy as we embrace the beauty of each moment in its simplicity and depth. As we move from the power of silence, we now turn to the hidden strength of words, how they can shape reality, impact others, and reveal our innermost values. While silence holds great wisdom, the Stoics also understood the immense power that speech possesses. The way we use our words can either bring harmony or discord, healing or harm. Words are not simply sounds, they are carriers of intention and meaning. Those who learn to use speech wisely tap into a deeper form of power, one that shapes not just their interactions with others, but their entire outlook on life. The Stoics knew that mastery over speech is essential for mastering oneself and living a life of virtue. Words, when chosen with care, have the power to uplift and inspire. The Stoics believed that our words reflect the state of our mind, and that by speaking with intention, we create an atmosphere of clarity and strength. When we speak wisely, we encourage others and bring out the best in them. Instead of criticizing or judging, wise words offer support, fostering an environment where everyone feels valued and understood. This creates a ripple effect, where positive communication leads to deeper connections and mutual respect. The Stoics taught that wise speech begins with self-control. Before words are spoken, they are shaped by our emotions and thoughts. If we allow anger, frustration, or impatience to influence our speech, the result is often hurtful or harmful. But when we take a moment to reflect, we can transform those impulses into something constructive. The ability to pause before speaking allows us to choose words that heal rather than wound, words that build rather than destroy. Using speech wisely also means knowing when to say nothing at all. There is great power in holding back, in choosing silence when words would only add confusion or conflict. The Stoics understood that not every situation requires our input, and that often the wisest thing we can do is to listen and observe. When we resist the urge to fill every moment with words, we make space for deeper understanding and insight. At the same time, there are moments when words are needed, when silence would be a disservice. In these moments, the Stoics believed that we must speak with clarity and purpose. Vague or ambiguous speech often leads to misunderstandings, while clear and direct communication fosters trust and cooperation. Wise speech is not about impressing others with fancy language or complex ideas. It is about making ourselves understood and ensuring that our words serve a meaningful purpose. The Stoics also valued honesty in speech. To speak wisely is to speak truthfully, even when it is difficult. However, they also emphasized the importance of delivering truth with kindness and tact. Harsh truths, when spoken carelessly, can cause unnecessary pain. The Stoics taught that wisdom lies in finding the balance between honesty and compassion, in speaking the truth in a way that respects the feelings of others while staying true to our values. Another key aspect of wise speech is restraint. The Stoics knew that speaking too much can dilute the power of our words. When we talk endlessly, without consideration, we risk saying things that are unnecessary or even harmful. Restraint in speech allows us to focus on what truly matters, ensuring that our words are impactful and meaningful. It also teaches us the value of patience, as we learn to wait for the right moment to speak, rather than rushing into conversation. The Stoics also believed that wise speech requires us to be mindful of the impact our words have on others. Words are not just sounds, they carry meaning, and that meaning can shape how others see themselves and the world. When we speak thoughtlessly, we may unintentionally cause harm or spread negativity. But when we speak with wisdom, we have the power to uplift, to inspire, and to bring hope. This is the hidden power of words, a power that can transform lives when used wisely. One of the most important lessons from Stoicism about speech is the concept of speaking with purpose. The Stoics taught that every word we say should have a reason behind it, whether to inform, to comfort, or to solve a problem. Speaking without purpose is a waste of energy and can lead to confusion or miscommunication. When we speak with intention, we not only make our words more effective, but we also bring greater focus and clarity to our lives. Wise speech also involves being aware of the tone we use. The Stoics understood that how we say something is just as important as what we say. A harsh or dismissive tone can turn even the kindest words into something hurtful, while a gentle and respectful tone can make difficult truths easier to accept. By paying attention to our tone, we ensure that our words are received in the way we intend, fostering understanding and harmony. Another aspect of Stoic wisdom in speech is the avoidance of gossip and idle talk. The Stoics warned against engaging in conversations that serve no purpose or that harm others. Gossip not only damages relationships, but also reflects poorly on our character. Wise speech is focused on what is constructive and meaningful, steering clear of trivial or harmful discussions. By avoiding gossip, we maintain our integrity and contribute to a more positive and respectful environment. Wise speech also requires us to be adaptable. The Stoics taught that we must tailor our words to the situation at hand, recognizing that what works in one context may not work in another. This flexibility allows us to navigate different social and professional situations with ease, ensuring that our words are always appropriate and effective. By being adaptable in our speech, we demonstrate both emotional intelligence and wisdom. In addition, the Stoics believed that wise speech involves listening as much as speaking. True wisdom comes not just from expressing our own thoughts, but from understanding the thoughts and feelings of others. By listening deeply, we show respect for the other person and gain valuable insights that can inform our own speech. Listening also helps us avoid unnecessary arguments, as we are better able to understand the other person's perspective before responding. The Stoics also taught that wise speech involves humility. It is easy to fall into the trap of speaking to impress others or to assert our superiority. But true wisdom lies in recognizing that we do not know everything and that there is always more to learn. Humility in speech means acknowledging our limitations and being open to the ideas and insights of others. This humility fosters more meaningful and respectful conversations where both parties feel valued and heard. Another key element of Stoic wisdom in speech is the importance of speaking from a place of calm. When we are agitated or upset, our words are often fueled by emotion rather than reason. The Stoics believed that we must first calm our minds before speaking, ensuring that our words are grounded in logic and thoughtfulness. Speaking from a place of calm not only prevents unnecessary conflict, but also allows us to communicate more effectively and with greater clarity. The Stoics also emphasized the importance of speaking with integrity. Wise speech is aligned with our values and principles. It is not about saying what is convenient or what others want to hear, but about staying true to who we are. This requires courage, as it is not always easy to speak with integrity, especially in situations where it might lead to discomfort or conflict. However, by speaking with honesty and authenticity, we build trust and respect with others. In addition, the Stoics taught that wise speech involves choosing our words carefully. Words have the power to heal or to harm, and once they are spoken, they cannot be taken back. By choosing our words with care, we ensure that we are not causing unnecessary pain or confusion. This mindfulness in speech reflects our commitment to living a life of virtue, where our actions and words are aligned with our higher purpose. Another aspect of wise speech is the ability to admit when we are wrong. The Stoics believed that true wisdom involves recognizing our mistakes and taking responsibility for them. This requires humility and courage, as it is often easier to defend our position than to admit our errors. However, by acknowledging our mistakes, we demonstrate integrity and create an environment of trust and respect. Admitting when we are wrong also allows us to learn and grow from our experiences. Wise speech also involves avoiding unnecessary criticism. The Stoics taught that we should focus on what is within our control and that criticizing others often distracts us from our own growth. Instead of pointing out the flaws in others, we can use our words to offer support and encouragement. By focusing on what is constructive, we create a more positive and uplifting environment where everyone feels empowered to improve and grow. The Stoics also believed that wise speech involves clarity of thought. When our minds are cluttered with distractions or negative emotions, our speech becomes unclear and disorganized. By cultivating clarity of thought through practices like meditation or reflection, we ensure that our words are clear and focused. This clarity not only makes our communication more effective, but also helps us navigate complex situations with greater ease. In addition, the Stoics taught that wise speech involves patience. It is easy to rush into conversations or to speak without fully considering our words. However, the Stoics believed that patience is essential for wise communication. By taking the time to reflect before speaking, we ensure that our words are thoughtful and intentional. This patience also allows us to listen more deeply and to respond with greater understanding and compassion. Another important element of wise speech is the ability to set boundaries. The Stoics taught that we must protect our energy and focus on what truly matters. This means knowing when to say no and when to step back from conversations that do not serve our higher purpose. By setting boundaries in our speech, we ensure that our words are aligned with our values and that we are not wasting energy on trivial matters. The Stoics also believed that wise speech involves self-awareness. We must be aware of our own biases, emotions, and motivations when we speak, as these factors often influence our words in ways we may not realize. By cultivating self-awareness, we ensure that our speech is guided by reason rather than by impulse or emotion. This self-awareness also helps us recognize when it is better to remain silent and when it is necessary to speak. Another key aspect of wise speech is the ability to speak with empathy. The Stoics believed that we are all connected and that our words have the power to either strengthen or weaken those connections. By speaking with empathy, we show that we care about the other person's feelings and that we are willing to listen and understand. This empathy fosters deeper and more meaningful relationships where both parties feel supported and valued. The Stoics also taught that wise speech involves letting go of the need to control others. Often, we use our words to try to influence or manipulate the actions of others, but this goes against Stoic principles. True wisdom lies in focusing on what we can control, our own thoughts, actions, and words, while allowing others to live according to their own values. By letting go of the need to control, we create more harmonious and respectful relationships. In addition, the Stoics believed that wise speech involves speaking with kindness. Harsh or critical words can cause unnecessary pain, while kind words have the power to heal and uplift. The Stoics taught that kindness is a reflection of inner strength, and that speaking with kindness shows that we are in control of our emotions and actions. By choosing kindness in our speech, we create a more positive and supportive environment for ourselves and others. Another aspect of wise speech is the ability to forgive. The Stoics taught that holding on to grudges or resentment only harms us, and that forgiveness is a way to free ourselves from negative emotions. By choosing to forgive and to speak with understanding rather than anger, we create more peace in our lives. This forgiveness also fosters healthier relationships, as it allows us to move past conflicts and focus on growth and healing. The Stoics also believed that wise speech involves speaking with courage. There are times when difficult truths need to be spoken, and it requires courage to address these issues honestly and directly. However, the Stoics taught that courage in speech should always be balanced with compassion. By speaking difficult truths with kindness and respect, we ensure that our words are received in a way that promotes understanding and growth rather than conflict. Wise speech also involves letting go of ego. The Stoics taught that our ego often drives us to speak in ways that seek validation or approval from others. But true wisdom lies in speaking from a place of authenticity, without concern for how we will be perceived. By letting go of ego, we free ourselves to speak with honesty and integrity, staying true to our values and principles. The Stoics also emphasized the importance of speaking with purpose. Every word we say should have a reason behind it, whether to inform, to comfort, or to solve a problem. Speaking without purpose is a waste of energy and can lead to confusion or miscommunication. When we speak with intention, we not only make our words more effective, but we also bring greater focus and clarity to our lives. In addition, wise speech involves being adaptable. The Stoics taught that we must tailor our words to the situation at hand, recognizing that what works in one context may not work in another. This flexibility allows us to navigate different social and professional situations with ease, ensuring that our words are always appropriate and effective. By being adaptable in our speech, we demonstrate both emotional intelligence and wisdom. Wise speech also involves avoiding unnecessary complaints. The Stoics believed that complaining often reflects a lack of acceptance of reality and that it serves no productive purpose. By focusing on solutions rather than on complaints, we use our words to create positive change rather than to dwell on negativity. This mindset fosters resilience and a more proactive approach to life, where we focus on what we can control rather than on what we cannot. Finally, the Stoics taught that wise speech involves gratitude. When we speak from a place of gratitude, we create more positivity and joy in our lives. Gratitude shifts our focus away from what is lacking and toward what we have, fostering a sense of contentment and fulfillment. By expressing gratitude in our speech, we not only uplift ourselves, but also those around us, creating a more harmonious and appreciative environment. As we move forward from the understanding of how words carry weight and must be used wisely, we turn now to an important aspect of communication that the Stoics strongly warned against: complaints and gossip. These habits are not just small missteps in speech, but are reflective of deeper tendencies that pull us away from wisdom and peace. Wise individuals avoid these patterns, recognizing the harm they cause both to themselves and to others. Complaints and gossip may feel like easy ways to release frustration or connect with others, but in truth, they only serve to cloud our minds and sow negativity in our lives. The Stoics knew that what we say affects our inner state, and choosing not to engage in complaints or gossip is a powerful step toward a life of clarity, harmony, and self-discipline. Complaints often arise from a refusal to accept what we cannot control. The Stoics believed that life presents us with challenges, but it is not the circumstances themselves that cause distress. It is our reactions to them. Complaining about things beyond our control only amplifies our suffering and reinforces a victim mindset. Wise people understand that instead of focusing on what they cannot change, it is far more productive to focus on their response. By avoiding complaints, They free themselves from the mental burden of frustration and instead channel their energy towards solutions and acceptance. When we complain, we often magnify small problems into larger issues. The Stoics taught that our minds shape our reality, and by constantly complaining, we reinforce a negative worldview. Wise individuals recognize that most complaints are unnecessary, serving only to drain their mental and emotional energy. Rather than dwelling on what's wrong, they shift their focus to gratitude and what can be improved. This mindset not only fosters personal growth, but also helps them maintain a positive outlook on life, even in the face of difficulties. Complaints also have a ripple effect on those around us. When we express dissatisfaction frequently, we spread negativity to others, influencing their moods and perceptions. The Stoics believed that we should contribute to the well-being of those around us, and complaints do the opposite. They diminish the morale of those who listen. By choosing not to complain, wise individuals contribute to a more harmonious and uplifting environment where positivity can flourish. Avoiding complaints is also a way of cultivating inner resilience. Complaints often arise from a lack of patience or endurance, but the Stoics believed that true strength lies in our ability to endure discomfort without losing our composure. By refraining from complaints, we practice patience and fortitude, developing the mental toughness needed to face life's challenges with grace. This resilience not only makes us stronger, but also allows us to navigate difficult situations without being overwhelmed by frustration. In contrast, gossip is a form of communication that focuses on others rather than ourselves, often in a way that is harmful or unnecessary. The Stoics saw gossip as a waste of time and energy, pulling our attention away from our own growth and diverting it toward the flaws and shortcomings of others. Wise people avoid gossip because they understand that it does not contribute to their well-being or to the well-being of those involved. Instead of talking about others, they focus on improving themselves and living according to their values. Gossip can also damage relationships, eroding trust and fostering division. When we gossip, we betray the confidence of others and create an environment of suspicion and negativity. The Stoics believed that trust is essential for meaningful relationships, and wise people know that gossip undermines this trust. By refraining from gossip, they maintain the integrity of their relationships and create an atmosphere of mutual respect and understanding. Engaging in gossip also reflects a lack of self-control. The Stoics emphasize the importance of mastering our impulses, and gossip often arises from a desire to feel superior or to gain attention. Wise individuals recognize this impulse and choose not to indulge it, knowing that true strength comes from self-discipline. By resisting the urge to gossip, they cultivate greater control over their thoughts and actions, leading to a more focused and intentional life. Gossip also distracts us from our own growth. When we focus on the lives and actions of others, we neglect the work we need to do on ourselves. The Stoics taught that self-improvement is a lifelong journey, and wise people understand that gossip hinders this progress. By avoiding gossip, they create more space for self-reflection and growth, focusing on becoming the best versions of themselves rather than criticizing others. Moreover, gossip often distorts the truth. The Stoics valued honesty and clarity, and they believed that spreading rumors or half-truths only contributes to confusion and misunderstanding. Wise individuals avoid gossip because they know that it rarely reflects reality and often causes harm to those who are spoken about. Instead, they prioritize truth and integrity in their speech, ensuring that their words align with their values. Choosing not to engage in complaints or gossip is also a way of preserving peace of mind. Both complaints and gossip generate unnecessary drama and conflict, which disturb our inner tranquility. The Stoics believed that peace of mind is essential for a fulfilling life, and wise people understand that avoiding these negative forms of communication helps them maintain a sense of calm and balance. By choosing peace over negativity, they protect their mental and emotional well-being. Complaints and gossip also prevent us from appreciating the present moment. When we complain, we focus on what's wrong with our situation rather than appreciating what's right. When we gossip, we focus on the lives of others rather than living fully in our own. The Stoics taught that the present moment is all we truly have, and wise people avoid complaints and gossip because they detract from the richness of the present. By focusing on what is within their control and embracing the present, they live more fully and with greater satisfaction. Another reason wise individuals avoid complaints and gossip is that these habits weaken their sense of gratitude. Complaining fosters a mindset of lack, where we focus on what we don't have or what isn't going well. Gossip fosters judgment, where we focus on the shortcomings of others. Both of these habits pull us away from gratitude, which the Stoics believed is key to happiness. By avoiding complaints and gossip, wise people cultivate gratitude for what they have and for the people in their lives, leading to a more content and fulfilling existence. Refraining from complaints and gossip also fosters humility. Complaining often reflects a sense of entitlement, as though the world owes us something, while gossip reflects a sense of superiority over others. The Stoics believed that humility is essential for wisdom, and wise people avoid these habits because they understand that they do not know everything and are not above others. By practicing humility, they open themselves to learning and growth, recognizing that everyone is on their own journey. Choosing not to complain or gossip also enhances self-respect. When we engage in these habits, we often feel worse about ourselves afterward, as they conflict with our higher values. The Stoics believed that living in alignment with our values is essential for self-respect, and wise people know that avoiding complaints and gossip helps them stay true to their principles. This integrity fosters a deep sense of self-worth, as they can look back on their actions with pride rather than regret. Another benefit of avoiding complaints and gossip is that it strengthens our relationships. Both habits create distance between people. Complaints alienate us from those we are complaining about, while gossip creates distrust. The Stoics taught that meaningful relationships are built on trust, respect, and mutual understanding. By avoiding complaints and gossip, wise people foster stronger, more authentic connections with others, based on honesty and mutual support. Complaints and gossip also reflect a lack of emotional maturity. Complaining often stems from a desire to vent frustration without seeking solutions, while gossip often arises from a need for validation or approval. The Stoics believed that emotional maturity involves taking responsibility for our actions and emotions, rather than blaming others or seeking external validation. Wise individuals avoid complaints and gossip because they understand that these habits are unproductive and reflect a lack of personal accountability. Moreover, avoiding complaints and gossip helps us focus on what truly matters. Both habits distract us from our goals and values, pulling our attention toward trivial or negative matters. The Stoics believed that we should focus on what is within our control and what contributes to our growth and well-being. By avoiding complaints and gossip, wise people keep their attention on what is important, ensuring that their time and energy are spent on meaningful pursuits. Choosing not to complain or gossip also fosters emotional resilience. Complaints often arise from a place of helplessness, while gossip arises from insecurity. The Stoics taught that true strength comes from within, and that we must cultivate resilience by facing challenges with courage and confidence. By avoiding complaints and gossip, wise people strengthen their emotional resilience, learning to handle difficulties with grace and composure rather than seeking external outlets for their frustrations. Complaints and gossip also prevent us from seeing the good in others. Complaints focus on what's wrong with a situation, while gossip focuses on the flaws of others. The Stoics believed that we should strive to see the good in every person and situation, recognizing that everyone is doing the best they can with the tools they have. By avoiding complaints and gossip, wise people train themselves to focus on the positive, fostering a more compassionate and understanding perspective. In addition, avoiding complaints and gossip helps us maintain a sense of personal responsibility. Both habits often involve blaming others for our problems or focusing on the shortcomings of others rather than addressing our own. The Stoics believed that personal responsibility is key to living a virtuous life, and wise people avoid these habits because they understand that they are responsible for their own thoughts, actions, and emotions. By taking ownership of their lives, they empower themselves to create positive change. Complaints and gossip also weaken our sense of inner peace. When we engage in these habits, we often feel agitated, frustrated, or guilty afterward, as they conflict with our desire for harmony. The Stoics taught that inner peace is essential for a fulfilling life, and wise people avoid complaints and gossip because they recognize that these habits disturb their peace of mind. By choosing tranquility over negativity, they cultivate a deeper sense of calm and well-being. Another reason wise individuals avoid complaints and gossip is that these habits create unnecessary conflict. Complaints often lead to arguments or misunderstandings, while gossip can cause rifts between people. The Stoics believed that conflict should be avoided whenever possible, as it disrupts the harmony of our lives. By refraining from complaints and gossip, wise people reduce the likelihood of conflict and create more peaceful, cooperative relationships. Avoiding complaints and gossip also fosters a sense of empowerment. Complaints often arise from a place of helplessness, while gossip arises from a desire for control over others. The Stoics taught that true empowerment comes from within, and that we must focus on what we can control, our thoughts, actions, and attitudes, rather than on external factors. By avoiding these habits, wise people take control of their own lives, recognizing that they have the power to shape their experiences. Complaints and gossip also erode our credibility. When we complain frequently or engage in gossip, others may begin to see us as negative or untrustworthy. The Stoics believed that integrity is essential for building trust, and wise people avoid these habits because they understand that their words reflect their character. By speaking with honesty and integrity, they build credibility and earn the respect of those around them. In addition, avoiding complaints and gossip helps us cultivate a sense of gratitude. Complaints focus on what we lack, while gossip focuses on the flaws of others. The Stoics taught that gratitude is key to happiness, and wise people avoid these habits because they recognize that they detract from their ability to appreciate what they have. By focusing on gratitude rather than negativity, they create a more fulfilling and joyful life. Complaints and gossip also prevent us from experiencing true contentment. When we complain, we focus on what's wrong with our situation rather than accepting it as it is. When we gossip, we focus on the flaws of others rather than appreciating them for who they are. The Stoics believed that contentment comes from acceptance, and wise people avoid these habits because they understand that they prevent them from finding peace in the present moment. Avoiding complaints and gossip also fosters a sense of self-discipline. Both habits are easy to fall into, but they require little thought or effort. The Stoics believed that self-discipline is essential for living a virtuous life, and wise people avoid these habits because they recognize that they undermine their ability to stay focused and intentional. By practicing self-discipline in their speech, they cultivate greater control over their thoughts and actions. Wise individuals avoid complaints and gossip because they recognize the harm these habits cause to themselves and others. The Stoics taught that we should focus on what is within our control, and that complaints and gossip only serve to distract us from our own growth and well-being. By choosing not to engage in these habits, wise people cultivate a more positive, peaceful, and fulfilling life, grounded in self-discipline, gratitude, and personal responsibility. Building on the wisdom of avoiding complaints and gossip, we now explore how the Stoics approached speech in a way that preserves inner peace. Words have the power to affect not only those around us, but also our own state of mind. When we use words carelessly, we invite unnecessary stress and conflict into our lives. However, by learning to speak like a Stoic, mindful of the impact of our words on ourselves and others, we can protect our peace of mind and live with greater harmony. Speaking with intention, clarity, and restraint is not just about communicating well with others. It is also about creating an internal environment of calm and focus. Through this, the Stoics teach us that words, when used wisely, are one of the most powerful tools for maintaining serenity and strength. Speaking like a Stoic begins with awareness. Before words leave our mouths, they are shaped by our thoughts, emotions, and impulses. To protect our peace of mind, the Stoics advise us to pause before we speak, to reflect on whether what we are about to say is necessary, helpful, and aligned with our values. This pause gives us the space to choose our words with care, ensuring that what we say contributes to our well-being rather than detracts from it. By practicing this kind of mindfulness, we reduce the likelihood of speaking out of anger, frustration, or fear, which often leads to regret and inner turmoil. A key aspect of Stoic speech is avoiding words that escalate conflict. When we speak impulsively or with emotional intensity, we often fuel arguments and misunderstandings. The Stoics understood that much of the conflict in our lives comes from our reactions to others, and by choosing our words carefully, we can prevent unnecessary disputes. Speaking calmly and with intention helps to de-escalate tense situations, allowing us to maintain our composure and protect our peace of mind, even in challenging conversations. Another way to speak like a Stoic is to avoid exaggeration. Often, we use exaggerated language to emphasize our feelings or make a point, but this can lead to miscommunication and heightened emotions. The Stoics believed that clarity and truthfulness are essential for maintaining peace of mind. By sticking to the facts and avoiding dramatic language, we ensure that our words are grounded in reality, which helps to keep our emotions balanced and our thoughts clear. This kind of honest communication fosters trust and reduces the potential for misunderstandings. Speaking like a Stoic also involves avoiding complaints, as discussed earlier, but it goes deeper into avoiding language that reinforces a negative mindset. The Stoics believed that our words shape our perception of the world, and by constantly speaking in negative terms, complaining, criticizing, or focusing on what's lacking, we reinforce a sense of dissatisfaction and discontent. Instead, they encouraged focusing on solutions and acceptance. Speaking in a way that highlights gratitude, resilience, and calm not only improves our relationships, but also helps us maintain an optimistic and peaceful frame of mind. Another important aspect of Stoic speech is to avoid unnecessary justifications. We often feel the need to explain or defend our choices, even when it is not required. This habit can lead to over-explaining and stress as we worry about how others perceive us. The Stoics believed that we should act according to our values without seeking validation from others. By speaking concisely and without unnecessary justification, we free ourselves from the anxiety of needing others' approval, which greatly contributes to inner peace. Speaking like a Stoic also means avoiding words that dwell on the past or future in ways that create anxiety. The Stoics taught that peace of mind comes from focusing on the present moment, accepting it fully, and letting go of what we cannot change. Words that dwell too much on past regrets or future worries pull us out of the present and create mental unrest. By choosing to speak about what is here and now, and by avoiding speculative or regretful language, we stay grounded and maintain clarity of thought. Another element of Stoic speech is the practice of speaking without judgment. The Stoics believed that judgment, whether of others or ourselves, often leads to unnecessary suffering. Harsh or critical words, even if unspoken, affect our peace of mind by fostering negativity and resentment. To speak like a Stoic is to practice non-judgmental language, focusing instead on understanding and acceptance. This doesn't mean we avoid difficult truths, but rather that we express them without attaching blame or harshness. In this way, we cultivate compassion and maintain our inner calm. A significant part of speaking like a Stoic is understanding the value of silence. The Stoics placed great importance on knowing when not to speak. Silence can often be more powerful than words, particularly in situations where speaking might lead to conflict, misunderstanding, or unnecessary emotional strain. By choosing silence, we give ourselves the opportunity to reflect, to listen, and to respond more thoughtfully when the time is right. Silence creates a buffer that protects our peace of mind from impulsive reactions and helps us stay grounded. Wise Stoic speech also involves avoiding language that fosters self-doubt or insecurity. Often we undermine our own confidence by speaking in ways that diminish our abilities or potential. Phrases like, "I'm not good enough," or "I'll never be able to do this," weaken our resolve and create inner conflict. The Stoics believed in cultivating inner strength and resilience through the way we think and speak about ourselves. By using words that affirm our efforts and focus on growth, we reinforce a mindset of strength and perseverance, which supports both our peace of mind and our sense of purpose. Another key to speaking like a Stoic is to avoid gossip, which pulls us into unnecessary emotional entanglements. Gossip often arises from insecurity or the need to feel superior, but it does nothing to contribute to our well-being. The Stoics recognized that talking about others in a negative light only disturbs our own peace, as it fosters envy, resentment, and a lack of focus on our own growth. By steering clear of gossip, we keep our conversations meaningful and aligned with our values, fostering an environment of mutual respect and integrity. Speaking like a Stoic also requires us to avoid words that seek to control others. Often, we use persuasive or manipulative language to get people to act in ways that suit us. However, the Stoics taught that we should focus only on what we can control, our own actions and attitudes. Trying to control others through our words creates frustration and conflict when they do not respond as we hope. By letting go of the need to control and focusing on our own conduct, we preserve our peace of mind and allow others the freedom to make their own choices. Another way to protect peace of mind through Stoic speech is to avoid defensive language. When we feel attacked or criticized, it's natural to want to defend ourselves, but this often leads to arguments and further emotional upset. The Stoics believed that criticism is inevitable and that our peace of mind comes from how we choose to respond, not from trying to defend ourselves at every turn. By accepting criticism calmly and without feeling the need to justify ourselves, we stay centered and avoid the stress that comes from trying to change others' perceptions. Speaking like a Stoic also involves refraining from making excuses. The Stoics emphasized personal responsibility and the importance of owning our actions. Excuses often stem from a fear of judgment or failure, but they weaken our resolve and diminish our sense of accountability. By speaking honestly about our successes and failures, without trying to shift blame or make excuses, we build inner strength and integrity, which in turn supports our peace of mind. Another important aspect of Stoic speech is avoiding words that incite fear or panic. In moments of crisis, our words can either calm or escalate the situation. The Stoics believed in maintaining composure in all circumstances, and this includes how we speak in challenging times. By choosing words that convey calm, reason, and a focus on solutions, we protect both our own peace of mind and that of those around us. This ability to remain steady under pressure is a hallmark of Stoic wisdom and strength. Stoic speech also involves avoiding boastful or arrogant language. The Stoics valued humility and believed that our actions should speak louder than our words. When we boast or speak arrogantly, we not only alienate others, but also create internal dissonance, as we are often compensating for deeper insecurities. Speaking with humility fosters a sense of inner calm and confidence, as we no longer feel the need to prove ourselves to others. This humility allows us to focus on what truly matters, rather than on seeking external validation. Another key to speaking like a Stoic is to avoid language that expresses entitlement. The Stoics taught that we are not owed anything by the world, and that everything we receive is a gift. Words that express entitlement, whether it's expecting praise, rewards, or special treatment, create unnecessary disappointment and frustration when those expectations are not met. By speaking from a place of gratitude and acceptance, we free ourselves from the stress of unmet expectations and cultivate a deeper sense of contentment. Speaking like a Stoic also means avoiding language that perpetuates victimhood. While it's natural to feel hurt or wronged at times, continually speaking as though we are victims of our circumstances weakens our sense of agency and creates a mindset of helplessness. The Stoics believed in focusing on what we can control, and our words play a significant role in shaping that mindset. By choosing words that reflect empowerment and responsibility, we shift our perspective from victimhood to resilience, which strengthens our peace of mind. A crucial aspect of Stoic speech is refraining from making promises we cannot keep. The Stoics believed that our word should be our bond, and that making false promises or overcommitting only leads to stress and regret. When we make promises lightly or without considering whether we can fulfill them, we create inner conflict and anxiety. By being thoughtful and honest in our commitments, we protect our integrity and ensure that we do not overextend ourselves, preserving our peace of mind. Stoic speech also involves avoiding unnecessary confrontation. While there are times when confrontation is necessary, many arguments arise from a desire to prove ourselves right or to assert dominance. The Stoics believed that peace of mind comes from letting go of the need to win arguments or control outcomes. By choosing words that seek understanding rather than confrontation, we foster more harmonious interactions and maintain our own sense of calm. Another important element of Stoic speech is to avoid language that feeds insecurity in others. Words have the power to uplift or to tear down, and the Stoics believed that we should use our speech to support and encourage those around us. Speaking in a way that belittles or undermines others not only harms them, but also disrupts our own sense of harmony, as we are contributing to negativity. By choosing words that build others up, we create a more positive environment for everyone, including ourselves. Speaking like a Stoic also involves refraining from over-apologizing. While it is important to take responsibility for our actions, excessive apologizing can undermine our confidence and convey a sense of inadequacy. The Stoics believed in acknowledging mistakes, but also moving forward with self-assurance. By apologizing sincerely when necessary, but avoiding excessive self-deprecation, we maintain our dignity and reinforce our inner strength. Another key to Stoic speech is avoiding sarcasm and passive-aggressive language. These forms of communication often mask deeper emotions like anger or frustration, but they create confusion and tension in relationships. The Stoics believed that clear and direct communication is essential for maintaining peace of mind and healthy relationships. By speaking openly and honestly, without resorting to sarcasm or passive aggression, we foster more authentic and respectful interactions. Speaking like a Stoic also means avoiding words that foster envy or jealousy. Envious language, whether it's subtle comparisons or outright jealousy, only creates discontent and undermines our peace of mind. The Stoics believed that contentment comes from appreciating what we have rather than coveting what others possess. By speaking in a way that reflects gratitude and acceptance, we protect ourselves from the corrosive effects of envy and cultivate a mindset of abundance. Another important aspect of Stoic speech is to avoid language that diminishes our achievements. Often, in an effort to be humble, we downplay our successes or brush off compliments. While humility is a virtue, the Stoics also believed in acknowledging our efforts and taking pride in our accomplishments. By speaking with quiet confidence about our achievements, without boasting or diminishing them, we maintain a healthy balance between humility and self-respect. Speaking like a Stoic means using our words with intention, clarity, and restraint. It involves avoiding language that creates unnecessary conflict, fosters negativity, or disrupts our inner peace. By practicing mindful speech, we not only improve our relationships with others, but also create a more harmonious internal environment where peace of mind can flourish. Through this practice, we align our words with our values, living a life of greater integrity, strength, and serenity. As we have explored the art of speaking like a Stoic and how careful words protect our peace of mind, it naturally leads us to the concept of thoughtful speech, understanding not only what to say, but more importantly, what not to say. The Stoics placed immense value on the restraint of unnecessary words, recognizing that silence can often carry more power than speech. In a world full of constant noise, knowing when to hold back becomes a form of wisdom. Words have weight, and unthoughtful speech can create ripple effects that disturb our inner calm and affect others in ways we may not intend. To truly embody Stoic wisdom, it's essential to develop the habit of choosing silence or restraint when words fail to serve a meaningful purpose. Thoughtful speech begins with discernment. Before speaking, it is crucial to assess whether what we are about to say adds value. Many words that slip out of our mouths do not serve any real purpose, but are spoken out of habit, impulse, or emotion. The Stoics believed that thoughtful speech comes from first determining if what we are about to say is necessary. Is it helpful? Is it kind? Or are we simply speaking to fill a void? Thoughtful communication requires this inner dialogue, this moment of reflection before we engage. By training ourselves to pause, we ensure that our speech is deliberate and that we avoid the kind of thoughtless words that lead to misunderstandings or regret. One of the reasons the Stoics emphasized thoughtful speech was to avoid contributing to unnecessary drama. In daily life, so much conflict arises from words spoken in haste, often without considering their impact. When we speak impulsively, we tend to react rather than respond, escalating minor issues into larger conflicts. The Stoics taught that thoughtful speech helps us navigate difficult situations with grace and calm. It prevents us from saying things in the heat of the moment that we might later wish we could take back. This level of self-control not only protects our peace, but also nurtures healthier relationships. where communication is rooted in understanding rather than reaction. Another benefit of thoughtful speech is the avoidance of confusion. When we speak without thinking, we often send mixed signals or fail to express our thoughts clearly. The Stoics believed in clarity of mind, and this extends to the way we communicate. Speaking thoughtfully allows us to convey our messages in a way that leaves little room for misinterpretation. By choosing our words carefully, we ensure that our intentions are understood and that we minimize the potential for confusion or misunderstanding. This precision in speech not only helps us communicate more effectively, but also reduces the frustration and tension that often arise from unclear communication. Thoughtful speech also means refraining from words that are emotionally charged. The Stoics taught that words spoken out of anger, fear, or frustration often do more harm than good. In moments of intense emotion, we may feel compelled to say things that we do not truly mean, simply as a way to release those feelings. However, these words often cause pain to others and disturb our own sense of calm. The Stoics believed that true wisdom lies in learning to manage our emotions before they manifest in harmful speech. By practicing restraint and waiting until we have regained our composure, we protect both ourselves and those around us from unnecessary hurt. Another aspect of thoughtful speech is the ability to recognize when silence is more appropriate than words. The Stoics valued silence as a form of wisdom, understanding that not every situation requires our input. Sometimes saying nothing is the best course of action, allowing events to unfold without interference. Thoughtful speech is not just about knowing what to say, but also about knowing when to step back and let silence do the work. In these moments, silence becomes a powerful tool, communicating patience, understanding, and restraint in ways that words cannot. In addition, thoughtful speech requires us to avoid making assumptions. Often, we speak based on what we think we know about a situation or a person, but our assumptions can be flawed. The Stoics taught that we must approach every situation with an open mind, free from preconceived notions. Thoughtful communication involves asking questions and seeking to understand rather than jumping to conclusions. By avoiding assumptions in our speech, we foster deeper understanding and reduce the likelihood of conflict arising from misunderstandings. Another key to thoughtful speech is avoiding gossip or idle talk, which can easily lead to harm. The Stoics believed that engaging in conversations that serve no purpose or that spread negativity about others is a waste of time and energy. Thoughtful speech means being mindful of the impact our words have on others, and gossip is a clear example of how careless words can damage relationships and reputations. By steering clear of gossip, we not only protect our own integrity, but also contribute to a more respectful and positive environment. The Stoics also emphasized the importance of avoiding flattery in speech. While it may seem harmless, flattery often serves as a way to manipulate or gain favor, rather than to express genuine appreciation. Thoughtful speech means being honest and sincere in our compliments, rather than using words to achieve hidden agendas. The Stoics valued authenticity in communication, and thoughtful speech requires us to be truthful in what we say, even if that means refraining from insincere praise. This honesty builds trust and fosters more authentic relationships. Avoiding over-explanation is another aspect of thoughtful speech. We often feel the need to justify or explain our actions in great detail, especially when we fear being misunderstood. However, this can lead to over-explaining, which not only dilutes our message, but also creates unnecessary stress. The Stoics believed in speaking concisely and with purpose. By trusting that our actions speak for themselves and avoiding the tendency to over-explain, we conserve our energy and maintain our inner peace. Thoughtful speech is about saying what needs to be said, no more and no less. Another point of thoughtful speech is the avoidance of sarcasm and passive-aggressive remarks. These forms of communication are often used to express hidden frustrations or to make a point indirectly, but they create confusion and tension. The Stoics valued directness and honesty in speech, believing that clear and straightforward communication is essential for maintaining peace of mind. By avoiding sarcastic or passive-aggressive comments, we ensure that our speech is aligned with our values and that we are fostering open and honest communication with those around us. Thoughtful speech also means avoiding words that seek to blame others. In difficult situations, it is easy to shift responsibility onto others through our words, but the Stoics believed that personal responsibility is key to living a virtuous life. Thoughtful speech involves taking ownership of our actions and words, rather than pointing fingers. This not only fosters a sense of accountability, but also helps us avoid the negativity and conflict that often arise from blame shifting. By speaking in a way that reflects responsibility, we demonstrate strength of character and maintain our inner peace. Another important aspect of thoughtful speech is the avoidance of negative self-talk. The Stoics believed that the way we speak to ourselves shapes our perception of the world and our place in it. Negative self-talk, whether spoken aloud or internally, reinforces a mindset of inadequacy or failure. Thoughtful speech involves recognizing when we are being overly critical of ourselves and replacing those thoughts with more constructive language. By speaking kindly to ourselves, we cultivate self-compassion and resilience, which in turn supports our peace of mind. Speaking thoughtfully also involves avoiding unnecessary comparisons. The Stoics taught that comparing ourselves to others only leads to dissatisfaction and envy. Words that express comparison, whether spoken to ourselves or others, can create feelings of inferiority or resentment. Thoughtful speech means focusing on our own journey and progress without measuring ourselves against others. By avoiding comparison in our speech, we maintain a sense of contentment and gratitude for what we have and who we are. Another element of thoughtful speech is refraining from making promises we cannot keep. The Stoics believed that our word should be our bond, and that making promises lightly or without the intention to follow through creates inner conflict and stress. Thoughtful speech means being honest about our capabilities and commitments, and only making promises when we are certain we can fulfill them. This practice not only preserves our peace of mind, but also builds trust and reliability in our relationships. Avoiding words that dwell on the past is another key to thoughtful speech. The Stoics taught that the past is beyond our control, and that dwelling on it only creates unnecessary suffering. Words that focus on past mistakes or regrets keep us stuck in a cycle of rumination, preventing us from moving forward. Thoughtful speech involves letting go of the past and focusing on the present moment. By speaking about what we can control in the here and now, we free ourselves from the emotional weight of the past and maintain a clearer, more focused mind. Thoughtful speech also requires us to avoid making assumptions about the future. The Stoics believed that we should not worry about what has not yet come to pass, as the future is uncertain and beyond our control. Words that speculate about the future, whether they are filled with fear or hope, take us out of the present moment and create unnecessary anxiety. By focusing our speech on what is happening now, we stay grounded and maintain our peace of mind, regardless of what the future may hold. Another point of thoughtful speech is the avoidance of words that undermine others. The Stoics believed that we should treat others with respect and kindness, and this extends to how we speak about them. Words that belittle or criticize others not only harm our relationships, but also create negativity within ourselves. Thoughtful speech means speaking in a way that uplifts and supports those around us, rather than tearing them down. By choosing words that reflect kindness and understanding, we contribute to a more positive and harmonious environment. In addition, thoughtful speech involves avoiding words that create unnecessary drama. The Stoics valued calm and composure, and they taught that much of the drama in our lives comes from the way we speak about situations. Words that exaggerate or sensationalize events only serve to heighten emotions and create conflict. Thoughtful speech means speaking about situations with clarity and reason, without adding unnecessary emotional intensity. This approach helps us maintain our inner peace and avoid getting caught up in unnecessary drama. Another key to thoughtful speech is the avoidance of interrupting others. The Stoics believed in the importance of listening as much as speaking, and interrupting others not only disrupts the flow of conversation, but also shows a lack of respect. Thoughtful communication involves giving others the space to express themselves fully before responding. By practicing patience and allowing others to speak without interruption, we demonstrate respect and create more meaningful and productive conversations. Avoiding words that express entitlement is another aspect of thoughtful speech. The Stoics taught that we are not owed anything by the world, and that everything we receive is a gift. Words that express entitlement, whether spoken or unspoken, create a mindset of expectation and dissatisfaction. Thoughtful speech means speaking from a place of gratitude and humility, recognizing that we are not entitled to anything but are grateful for what we have. This shift in mindset fosters contentment and reduces the stress that comes from unmet expectations. Another important aspect of thoughtful speech is the avoidance of words that foster insecurity in others. The Stoics believed that we should use our words to support and encourage those around us, rather than to undermine their confidence. Thoughtful speech means being mindful of the impact our words have on others and choosing language that builds them up rather than tears them down. By speaking in a way that fosters confidence and self-assurance in others, we contribute to a more positive and empowering environment. Thoughtful speech also requires us to avoid words that perpetuate conflict. The Stoics believed that peace of mind comes from resolving conflicts, not from escalating them. Words that are spoken in anger or frustration often prolong arguments and create more tension. Thoughtful communication involves speaking in a way that seeks resolution and understanding rather than victory. By choosing words that promote peace and cooperation, we not only resolve conflicts more effectively, but also maintain our inner calm. Finally, thoughtful speech means avoiding words that reinforce a negative worldview. The Stoics taught that our words shape our perception of the world, and by constantly speaking in negative terms, we reinforce a sense of pessimism and despair. Thoughtful communication involves focusing on solutions, possibilities, and hope, rather than on what is lacking or wrong. By speaking in a way that reflects optimism and resilience, we create a more positive and hopeful mindset, both for ourselves and for those around us. The Stoics believed that thoughtful speech is essential for maintaining peace of mind and living a life of virtue. By avoiding words that create conflict, foster negativity, or undermine our own or others' well-being, we contribute to a more harmonious and fulfilling life. Thoughtful communication is not just about what we say, but about how and when we say it. And by practicing mindfulness in our speech, we align our words with our values and create a life of greater clarity, peace, and purpose. Having explored the importance of thoughtful speech and understanding what not to say, it naturally leads us to the idea of personal responsibility, particularly in the realm of our words. The Stoics believed deeply in the power of accountability, knowing that making excuses weakens our character and undermines our integrity. Smart individuals like the Stoics recognize that true strength lies in taking ownership of every word spoken. Excuses create distance from truth, accountability, and growth. When we refrain from making excuses, we build resilience, honesty, and self-respect. There is an undeniable freedom in acknowledging our words and actions without deflecting or blaming. In this practice, we develop a more powerful, authentic version of ourselves. Taking responsibility for our words starts with acknowledging that our speech has consequences. Whether positive or negative, what we say impacts others and ourselves. When we make excuses for hurtful or careless words, we deny this reality and avoid the opportunity to learn and grow. The Stoics taught that accepting responsibility for our speech not only strengthens our relationships, but also deepens our understanding of ourselves. By facing the consequences of our words, we take the first step toward becoming more mindful and intentional in our communication. Excuses are often a way to shield ourselves from discomfort. It's uncomfortable to admit when we've said something wrong or harmful, but the Stoics believed that discomfort is a necessary part of growth. By avoiding excuses, we allow ourselves to face that discomfort head-on, which helps us develop emotional resilience. Each time we take responsibility for our words, we become more capable of handling difficult situations with grace and wisdom. Over time, this practice builds our confidence and inner strength as we learn to trust ourselves to do better. Another reason why Stoics and smart people avoid excuses is that making excuses creates a habit of dishonesty. When we make excuses, we are not being entirely truthful with ourselves or others. Even if the excuse feels small or justified, it weakens our integrity. The Stoics valued honesty and believed that living in alignment with truth is essential for a virtuous life. By taking responsibility for our words, we maintain our integrity and build a reputation of trustworthiness, both in our own eyes and in the eyes of others. Taking responsibility for our words also prevents unnecessary conflict. Often, when we make excuses, we are trying to defend ourselves or avoid blame. This defensive stance can escalate tension and lead to arguments, as others may feel invalidated or unheard. The Stoics believed in resolving conflict through reason and understanding, not through defensiveness. By simply owning up to our words without making excuses, we diffuse tension and open the door to more productive conversations. This approach fosters mutual respect and allows us to move forward without lingering resentment. Another benefit of avoiding excuses is that it strengthens our ability to learn from our mistakes. When we make excuses, we deflect responsibility and miss the chance to reflect on what went wrong. The Stoics believed that mistakes are valuable learning opportunities, but only if we are willing to take full responsibility for them. By accepting that we are accountable for our words, we can examine why we said what we said, what the impact was, and how we can improve in the future. This process of reflection and growth is essential for becoming wiser and more thoughtful in our communication. Excuses also prevent us from developing humility. The Stoics taught that humility is a key virtue, as it allows us to recognize our own limitations and shortcomings. When we make excuses, we are often trying to protect our ego, avoiding the vulnerability that comes with admitting we were wrong. However, taking responsibility for our words requires humility. It requires us to set aside our pride and acknowledge that we are imperfect. This humility not only makes us more approachable and relatable, but also creates space for genuine self-improvement. Avoiding excuses also fosters stronger relationships. When we take responsibility for our words, we show others that we respect them enough to be honest and accountable. This builds trust, as others can rely on us to be truthful and transparent in our communication. The Stoics believed that trust is the foundation of meaningful relationships, and by avoiding excuses, we strengthen that foundation. In contrast, excuses create distance and erode trust, as they signal to others that we are not willing to fully own up to our actions. In addition, avoiding excuses helps us maintain a clear conscience. When we make excuses, we often carry a sense of guilt or unease, knowing that we were not entirely honest or responsible. This internal conflict can weigh on us, creating stress and anxiety. The Stoics believed that peace of mind comes from living in alignment with our values, and taking responsibility for our words is a key part of that. By being accountable, we clear our conscience and free ourselves from the mental burden of excuses. Excuses also undermine our credibility. When we consistently make excuses for our words, others may begin to doubt our reliability or integrity. The Stoics valued reputation, not in the sense of seeking approval from others, but in maintaining a strong moral character. By avoiding excuses, we protect our credibility and ensure that others see us as trustworthy and dependable. This credibility not only strengthens our relationships, but also enhances our sense of self-worth, as we know that we are living with integrity. Taking responsibility for our words also helps us build emotional maturity. The Stoics believed that emotional maturity involves accepting responsibility for our thoughts, feelings, and actions without blaming external circumstances or others. When we make excuses, we shift responsibility away from ourselves, which prevents us from developing emotional maturity. By owning up to our words, we practice emotional responsibility and cultivate the ability to navigate difficult emotions with calm and self-awareness. Another important aspect of avoiding excuses is that it fosters self-discipline. The Stoics emphasized the importance of self-discipline in all areas of life, including communication. Making excuses is often a way of avoiding the discipline required to take responsibility for our words. By practicing self-discipline and choosing to be accountable, we strengthen our ability to control our impulses and act in alignment with our values. This discipline not only improves our communication, but also supports our overall personal growth. Avoiding excuses also encourages us to reflect on our intentions. Often, when we make excuses, we are trying to justify words that were spoken impulsively or without careful thought. The Stoics believed that we should speak with intention and purpose, ensuring that our words align with our values. By taking responsibility for our words, we are more likely to reflect on whether our intentions were in the right place and to make adjustments when necessary. This reflection helps us become more mindful and deliberate in our communication. Another benefit of avoiding excuses is that it fosters a sense of personal empowerment. When we make excuses, we give away our power by blaming external factors for our words. The Stoics taught that true power comes from within, from taking responsibility for our actions and responses. By avoiding excuses, we reclaim our power and recognize that we are in control of our words and actions. This sense of empowerment not only strengthens our confidence, but also enables us to navigate life with greater resilience and purpose. Taking responsibility for our words also helps us stay grounded in reality. Excuses often involve distorting the truth or bending reality to fit our narrative. The Stoics believed that wisdom comes from seeing things as they truly are, without illusion or self-deception. By avoiding excuses, we commit to living in alignment with reality, accepting the truth of our words and their impact. This grounding in reality fosters clarity and helps us make better decisions in the future. Another reason to avoid excuses is that they can create a pattern of avoidance. When we make excuses for our words, we avoid facing the consequences of our actions, which prevents us from learning and growing. The Stoics believed that personal growth requires us to confront our mistakes and take responsibility for them. By breaking the habit of making excuses, we develop the courage to face challenges head-on and to grow from them. This willingness to learn from our mistakes fosters a mindset of continuous improvement. Avoiding excuses also helps us cultivate authenticity. The Stoics valued authenticity in both thought and action, believing that we should live in alignment with our true selves. Excuses often arise from a desire to present ourselves in a certain way or to avoid vulnerability, but they ultimately undermine our authenticity. By taking responsibility for our words, we embrace our true selves, including our imperfections, and live more authentically. This authenticity fosters deeper connections with others and allows us to live with greater self-acceptance. Taking responsibility for our words also enhances our problem-solving skills. When we make excuses, we deflect responsibility and avoid addressing the root cause of the issue. The Stoics believed in focusing on solutions rather than problems, and taking responsibility for our words helps us identify areas where we can improve. By owning up to our mistakes, we open the door to finding constructive solutions and making positive changes. This proactive approach not only resolves issues more effectively, but also supports our personal growth. Another important reason to avoid excuses is that they prevent us from fully embracing accountability. The Stoics taught that accountability is essential for living a virtuous life, as it requires us to take ownership of our actions and their consequences. Excuses allow us to avoid accountability, which weakens our character and prevents us from developing the qualities of a strong and responsible individual. By choosing to be accountable for our words, we strengthen our character and live with greater integrity. Taking responsibility for our words also helps us build emotional resilience. When we make excuses, we avoid the discomfort of facing the consequences of our words, which prevents us from developing resilience. The Stoics believed that resilience comes from facing challenges with courage and composure. By avoiding excuses and taking responsibility, we build the emotional strength to handle difficult situations with grace and calm. This resilience not only helps us navigate challenges more effectively, but also fosters a deeper sense of inner peace. Another benefit of avoiding excuses is that it helps us maintain clarity of thought. Excuses often involve mental gymnastics as we try to justify or rationalize our words. This mental process can create confusion and cloud our thinking. The Stoics valued clarity of mind, believing that a clear mind is essential for making wise decisions. By avoiding excuses and accepting responsibility for our words, we free our minds from unnecessary mental clutter and maintain a clearer, more focused perspective. Avoiding excuses also strengthens our sense of responsibility to others. The Stoics believed that we have a duty to act in the best interest of others and to contribute to the well-being of those around us. When we make excuses for our words, we avoid taking responsibility for the impact our speech has on others. Thoughtful communication requires us to recognize the weight of our words and to take responsibility for how they affect others. By doing so, we build stronger, more respectful relationships and contribute to a more harmonious environment. Taking responsibility for our words also helps us cultivate patience. When we make excuses, we often act out of impatience, trying to quickly deflect blame or avoid discomfort. The Stoics believed that patience is a key virtue, as it allows us to respond to situations with calm and deliberation. By avoiding excuses, we practice patience, allowing ourselves the time to reflect on our words and to take responsibility for them without rushing to justify ourselves. Avoiding excuses also fosters a sense of inner peace. When we make excuses, we often carry a sense of guilt or unease, knowing that we were not entirely honest or responsible. The Stoics taught that peace of mind comes from living in alignment with our values, and taking responsibility for our words is a key part of that. By being accountable, we clear our conscience and free ourselves from the mental burden of excuses, creating a sense of inner calm and balance. The Stoics and wise individuals avoid excuses because they recognize that taking responsibility for their words is essential for personal growth, integrity, and peace of mind. Excuses create distance from truth and accountability, while responsibility fosters strength, honesty, and emotional resilience. By avoiding excuses and owning up to our words, we align ourselves with Stoic principles of wisdom, courage, and virtue, allowing us to live with greater clarity, confidence, and purpose. Moving forward from the practice of taking responsibility for our words, we now delve into another aspect of wise communication: the ability to avoid unnecessary criticism. Criticism, when used unwisely, can break trust, harm relationships, and create unnecessary tension. The Stoics, always focused on virtue and wisdom, understood that words must be used carefully, especially when offering feedback or critique. Intelligent individuals know that not all criticism serves a purpose, and they avoid tearing others down for no constructive reason. By exercising discernment, they channel their words into helpful, productive communication, ensuring that their speech contributes to growth rather than harm. The first lesson from the Stoics on avoiding unnecessary criticism is recognizing that not everything requires our judgment. Often, we feel the need to express our opinions or critique the actions of others, but the Stoics taught that restraint is a virtue. When we criticize unnecessarily, we create conflict where there is none, and we disturb our own peace of mind by focusing on what others are doing rather than on what we can control. Intelligent individuals understand that choosing when to speak and when to remain silent is crucial in maintaining harmony in their relationships and in their own lives. Criticism often comes from a place of frustration or impatience. The Stoics believed that we must learn to master our emotions and not let them dictate our speech. Unnecessary criticism frequently stems from irritation or annoyance, rather than from a genuine desire to help. When we criticize out of frustration, our words are often harsh and unproductive. The Stoics taught that we should always speak with intention, and that includes offering critique only when it is constructive and necessary. Intelligent individuals are aware of this and choose their words carefully, ensuring that any feedback they offer is helpful rather than hurtful. One of the reasons why intelligent people avoid unnecessary criticism is that they recognize the impact it has on relationships. Constant or unwarranted criticism can erode trust and create distance between individuals. The Stoics valued harmony in relationships and understood that unnecessary criticism fosters resentment and defensiveness. By refraining from criticizing others without good reason, intelligent individuals protect their relationships and ensure that their words contribute to understanding and connection rather than creating division. Another aspect of unnecessary criticism is that it often reflects our own insecurities. The Stoics believed that we project our inner struggles onto others, and criticism is one way we try to deflect attention away from our own shortcomings. When we criticize others for minor faults or mistakes, it may be a reflection of our own unresolved issues. Intelligent individuals avoid this trap by focusing on their own growth and self-improvement rather than on pointing out the flaws of others. This self-awareness allows them to speak from a place of humility rather than judgment. Avoiding unnecessary criticism also helps maintain a positive mindset. The Stoics taught that our thoughts and words shape our perception of the world, and when we focus on criticizing others, we reinforce a negative view of life. Criticism often leads us to dwell on what is wrong rather than on what is right, both in ourselves and in others. By avoiding unnecessary criticism, intelligent individuals cultivate a mindset of gratitude and appreciation, focusing on the positive aspects of life and fostering a more optimistic outlook. Another important reason to avoid unnecessary criticism is that it stifles creativity and growth. The Stoics believed that everyone is on their own path of development and that we must allow others the space to grow and learn from their experiences. When we constantly criticize others, we hinder their growth by making them feel discouraged or inadequate. Intelligent individuals understand that constructive feedback should encourage growth, not inhibit it. By avoiding unnecessary criticism, they create an environment where others feel supported and empowered to improve. Criticism also has the potential to damage self-esteem. The Stoics valued self-worth and believed that we should nurture our sense of self without relying on external validation. However, constant criticism from others can chip away at a person's confidence, making them doubt their abilities. Intelligent individuals are mindful of this and choose their words with care, ensuring that any feedback they offer builds others up rather than tearing them down. They understand that constructive speech encourages self-reflection and improvement, while unnecessary criticism can do lasting harm to a person's self-image. Another lesson from Stoicism on avoiding unnecessary criticism is the importance of focusing on what we can control. The Stoics believed that much of our distress comes from trying to control things beyond our influence, including the actions of others. Criticizing others often stems from a desire to change them or to control how they behave. Intelligent individuals recognize that they cannot control others, and instead they focus on what they can influence, their own behavior and responses. By letting go of the need to criticize others, they free themselves from frustration and maintain their peace of mind. Criticism is often unhelpful when it lacks empathy. The Stoics taught that understanding and compassion are essential virtues, and intelligent individuals know that offering critique without empathy can cause unnecessary pain. Before criticizing, they consider the other person's perspective and circumstances, recognizing that everyone faces challenges that may not be immediately apparent. By approaching others with empathy, they are able to offer feedback in a way that is supportive and considerate, rather than harsh or dismissive. Another reason intelligent people avoid unnecessary criticism is that they value kindness. The Stoics believed that kindness is a reflection of inner strength, and they taught that we should always seek to be kind in our interactions with others. Unnecessary criticism, even when intended as helpful, often comes across as unkind and can damage relationships. Intelligent individuals prioritize kindness in their speech, choosing to offer constructive feedback only when it serves a clear purpose. In this way, they ensure that their words are aligned with their values of compassion and respect. Avoiding unnecessary criticism also fosters patience. The Stoics believed that patience is essential for living a virtuous life, as it allows us to respond to situations with calm and reason rather than with frustration. Criticism often arises when we are impatient with others, expecting them to meet our standards or timelines. By practicing patience, intelligent individuals are able to give others the space to grow and learn at their own pace, without feeling the need to constantly point out their mistakes. This patience not only strengthens relationships, but also helps them maintain their own sense of inner calm. Another aspect of unnecessary criticism is that it distracts us from our own growth. The Stoics taught that we should focus on improving ourselves rather than judging others, as self-improvement is the only true path to wisdom. When we spend too much time criticizing others, we divert our attention away from our own development. Intelligent individuals avoid this pitfall by prioritizing self-reflection and self-improvement over the need to critique others. By focusing on their own growth, they become more aware of their own strengths and weaknesses, and they are better equipped to offer constructive feedback when it is truly needed. Criticism also has the potential to create defensiveness in others. When we criticize without careful thought, we often provoke a defensive reaction, which can shut down communication and prevent any real progress from being made. The Stoics believed that effective communication requires openness and understanding, and intelligent individuals know that unnecessary criticism closes the door to productive dialogue. By avoiding unnecessary criticism, they create a more open and respectful environment where honest conversations can take place, leading to greater mutual understanding. Another reason to avoid unnecessary criticism is that it can lead to a cycle of negativity. The Stoics understood that negativity is contagious, and when we criticize others, we often invite criticism in return. This back-and-forth exchange of criticism can create a toxic atmosphere where trust and respect are eroded. Intelligent individuals are aware of this and choose to break the cycle by refraining from unnecessary criticism. Instead, they focus on constructive speech that promotes positive change and fosters a healthier, more supportive environment. Criticism can also stem from a lack of acceptance. The Stoics taught that we must accept people and situations as they are, without trying to change them to fit our expectations. When we criticize others, we are often resisting the reality of who they are or how they act. Intelligent individuals practice acceptance, recognizing that everyone is on their own journey and that it is not their place to impose their expectations on others. By avoiding unnecessary criticism, they cultivate a mindset of acceptance and understanding, which brings greater peace to their interactions. Another important reason to avoid unnecessary criticism is that it can create resentment. The Stoics believed that resentment is a destructive emotion that prevents us from living in harmony with others. When we criticize without good reason, we often provoke feelings of resentment in those we are critiquing, which can lead to strained relationships and unresolved conflict. Intelligent individuals are mindful of this and choose to offer feedback only when it is truly necessary and constructive. By doing so, they avoid creating resentment and ensure that their relationships remain respectful and supportive. Criticism, when offered unnecessarily, can also be seen as an expression of superiority. The Stoics taught that humility is a key virtue and that we should not see ourselves as better than others. Unnecessary criticism often comes from a place of judgment, where we believe that we know better than the person we are criticizing. Intelligent individuals avoid this mindset by practicing humility and recognizing that everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. By refraining from unnecessary criticism, they demonstrate respect for others' journeys and focus on their own growth instead. Another reason to avoid unnecessary criticism is that it can damage a person's motivation. The Stoics believed that encouragement and support are essential for helping others grow and improve. When we offer unnecessary criticism, we risk demotivating the person, making them feel discouraged or inadequate. Intelligent individuals understand the power of positive reinforcement and choose to offer constructive feedback that motivates and inspires rather than demoralizes. By focusing on encouragement, they help others build confidence and continue on their path of growth. Criticism is also often a reflection of our own dissatisfaction. The Stoics taught that we must take responsibility for our own emotions and not project them onto others. When we criticize unnecessarily, It may be because we are dissatisfied with our own lives or with aspects of ourselves. Intelligent individuals recognize this and take the time to reflect on their own feelings before offering criticism. By addressing their own dissatisfaction internally, they avoid the need to criticize others and maintain a more balanced and content mindset. Another lesson from the Stoics on avoiding unnecessary criticism is the importance of focusing on solutions rather than problems. The Stoics believed that we should direct our energy toward finding solutions and improving situations rather than dwelling on what is wrong. Unnecessary criticism often highlights problems without offering any constructive suggestions for improvement. Intelligent individuals avoid this by focusing on how things can be improved rather than simply pointing out what is wrong. This approach not only makes their feedback more helpful, but also fosters a more positive and proactive mindset. Criticism can also create a sense of division. The Stoics valued unity and believed that we should strive to create harmony in our relationships and communities. Unnecessary criticism often creates a sense of separation, as it places the critic in opposition to the person being critiqued. Intelligent individuals understand the importance of fostering unity and choose to avoid criticism that divides. Instead, they focus on communication that brings people together, fostering collaboration and understanding rather than conflict. Avoiding unnecessary criticism also helps us cultivate patience. The Stoics believed that patience is essential for living a virtuous life, as it allows us to respond to situations with calm and reason rather than with frustration. Criticism often arises when we are impatient with others, expecting them to meet our standards or timelines. By practicing patience, intelligent individuals are able to give others the space to grow and learn at their own pace, without feeling the need to constantly point out their mistakes. Another important aspect of avoiding unnecessary criticism is that it fosters self-awareness. The Stoics taught that we must be aware of our own tendencies and motivations before offering feedback to others. Intelligent individuals take the time to reflect on their own behavior and attitudes, recognizing that their criticism may be more about their own insecurities or frustrations than about the other person's actions. This self-awareness allows them to offer feedback that is thoughtful and constructive, rather than reactive or judgmental. Criticism, when offered unnecessarily, can also create a sense of defensiveness in others. The Stoics believed that effective communication requires openness and understanding, not defensiveness. When we criticize without careful thought, we often provoke a defensive reaction, which can shut down communication and prevent any real progress from being made. By avoiding unnecessary criticism, intelligent individuals create a more open and respectful environment where honest conversations can take place, leading to greater mutual understanding. Avoiding unnecessary criticism is essential for maintaining healthy relationships, fostering personal growth, and living in alignment with Stoic principles of wisdom, humility, and compassion. Intelligent individuals understand that criticism should only be offered when it is truly necessary and constructive, and they choose their words with care, ensuring that their feedback contributes to growth rather than harm. By practicing restraint and focusing on constructive speech, they create an environment of mutual respect and understanding, where both they and those around them can thrive. As we transition from understanding the importance of avoiding unnecessary criticism, we now step into a deeper Stoic principle, the wisdom of speaking less and listening more. This approach to communication goes beyond silence. It involves a mindful practice of restraint in speech and an openness in truly hearing others. Speaking less allows us to process more clearly, while listening with intent fosters understanding and connection. In a world full of noise and constant chatter, those who practice the Stoic art of measured speech and active listening cultivate a sense of calm and wisdom that stands out. This journey into the power of listening over speaking reveals how silence can often say more than words, and how being present in conversation transforms relationships and inner peace. The Stoics believed that speaking less begins with self-awareness. By being conscious of our impulses to fill silence or respond quickly, we create space for thoughtful reflection before engaging in conversation. Speaking less isn't about withholding ideas, but about ensuring that our words carry purpose and meaning. When we speak with intention, our words are more impactful, and we avoid the pitfalls of thoughtless speech. Intelligent individuals understand that every conversation doesn't require them to contribute at every moment. By practicing restraint, they create the room for deeper listening and understanding. Listening more is a form of respect. The Stoics valued humility, and true listening shows that we respect the thoughts, feelings, and experiences of others. In a conversation, when we listen without the urge to interrupt or impose our own ideas, we demonstrate that we are open to learning from others. This openness builds trust and connection as people feel genuinely heard. Stoicism teaches us that by setting aside our ego and truly listening, we foster stronger relationships and create opportunities for growth, both in ourselves and in those we engage with. Speaking less also helps us avoid misunderstandings. The Stoics believed that clarity is key to wise living, and misunderstandings often arise from speaking too quickly or without enough thought. When we rush to respond or offer our opinions, we may miss important nuances in what the other person is saying. By speaking less and listening more, we give ourselves the time to fully understand the other person's perspective before responding. This patience not only prevents miscommunication, but also deepens our ability to connect with others on a meaningful level. Another benefit of speaking less is that it allows us to observe. The Stoics valued observation as a tool for gaining wisdom. When we speak too much, we miss out on the subtle cues in conversation, the body language, the tone, the emotions behind the words. By listening more and speaking less, we become better observers, picking up on these important details. This heightened awareness allows us to respond with greater empathy and insight, creating a more thoughtful and constructive dialogue. Speaking less also helps us conserve energy. The Stoics taught that we should be mindful of where we direct our energy, and excessive talking can drain us, both mentally and emotionally. By speaking less, we conserve our energy for moments that truly matter, allowing us to be more present and engaged when we do choose to speak. Intelligent individuals recognize that not every situation requires their input, and by conserving their energy, they maintain their focus and clarity. Listening more also opens us up to new perspectives. The Stoics believed that wisdom comes from understanding different viewpoints, and listening is the key to gaining this understanding. When we listen without the need to immediately assert our own opinions, we create space for learning. This openness to new ideas and experiences fosters growth, as we become more aware of the diversity of thought and experience in the world around us. Speaking less and listening more allows us to expand our understanding and cultivate a more well-rounded perspective. Another aspect of speaking less is that it encourages reflection. The Stoics valued reflection as a path to self-improvement, and by speaking less, we create more space for inner reflection. In conversation, when we resist the urge to speak immediately, we give ourselves the time to consider our thoughts more deeply. This reflection leads to more thoughtful and measured responses, which are often more aligned with our values and intentions. Speaking less allows us to engage in more meaningful and deliberate communication. Listening more also enhances our emotional intelligence. The Stoics taught that understanding and managing our emotions is essential for living a virtuous life, and listening is a key component of emotional intelligence. When we listen deeply, we become more attuned to the emotions of others, as well as to our own emotional responses. This heightened emotional awareness allows us to navigate conversations with greater sensitivity and empathy, fostering more compassionate and supportive relationships. Speaking less also reduces the likelihood of saying something we regret. The Stoics believed that words, once spoken, cannot be taken back, and that we should be careful not to speak in anger or haste. By practicing the habit of speaking less, we give ourselves the time to think before we speak, reducing the chances of saying something that might cause harm or create unnecessary conflict. This restraint not only protects our relationships, but also preserves our own sense of peace and integrity. Listening more also helps us stay present in the moment. The Stoics emphasized the importance of being fully present in each moment, and listening is one way to cultivate this presence. When we listen attentively, we are not distracted by our own thoughts or by planning our next response. Instead, we are fully engaged in the conversation, giving our full attention to the other person. This presence creates deeper connections and allows us to experience the richness of each interaction. Speaking less also fosters humility. The Stoics taught that humility is essential for wisdom, and by speaking less, we practice the art of humility. When we are constantly talking, we often place ourselves at the center of the conversation, but by speaking less, we allow others to take the spotlight. This humility creates space for others to share their insights and experiences, and it reminds us that we don't always need to be the center of attention. Intelligent individuals recognize that humility is a strength, and they practice it by speaking less and listening more. Listening more also helps us build patience. The Stoics believed that patience is a key virtue, and listening requires patience. When we listen without interrupting, we practice patience by allowing the other person to express themselves fully before responding. This patience not only strengthens our relationships, but also helps us develop greater self-control as we learn to manage our impulses and wait our turn to speak. By listening more, we cultivate patience in both ourselves and in our interactions with others. Another benefit of speaking less is that it encourages introspection. The Stoics valued introspection as a way to gain self-knowledge and improve ourselves. When we speak less, we create more space for introspection, allowing us to reflect on our thoughts, feelings, and actions. This introspection helps us become more aware of our own tendencies and patterns, and it allows us to make more conscious choices in how we communicate. Speaking less fosters a deeper connection with ourselves, as we take the time to reflect on who we are and how we want to show up in the world. Listening more also fosters trust. The Stoics believed that trust is essential for meaningful relationships, and listening is one of the most powerful ways to build trust. When we listen attentively, we show others that we value their thoughts and opinions, and this creates a foundation of trust. People feel more comfortable sharing their ideas and feelings with us when they know we will listen without judgment or interruption. By listening more and speaking less, we build stronger, more trusting relationships with those around us. Speaking less also helps us avoid gossip. The Stoics believed that gossip is a waste of time and energy, and that it distracts us from our own growth. When we speak too much, we are more likely to engage in idle talk or gossip, which serves no productive purpose. By speaking less, we avoid the temptation to gossip and instead focus on more meaningful and constructive conversations. This practice not only protects our integrity, but also ensures that our words are aligned with our values. Listening more also helps us become better problem solvers. The Stoics believed in focusing on solutions rather than dwelling on problems, and listening is a key part of finding solutions. When we listen more, we gather more information and gain a deeper understanding of the situation. This understanding allows us to approach problems with greater clarity and insight, and it helps us find solutions that are more thoughtful and effective. By speaking less and listening more, we become better equipped to solve problems and address challenges. Another benefit of speaking less is that it fosters inner peace. The Stoics taught that peace of mind comes from living in alignment with our values, and speaking less helps us maintain that alignment. When we speak too much, we often stray from our values, saying things we don't mean or engaging in unproductive conversations. By speaking less, we stay true to ourselves and our values, which creates a sense of inner peace and calm. This peace allows us to navigate life's challenges with greater resilience and clarity. Listening more also helps us develop empathy. The Stoics believed that empathy is essential for living a virtuous life, and listening is one of the most powerful ways to cultivate empathy. When we listen deeply, we put ourselves in the other person's shoes, trying to understand their feelings and perspective. This practice of empathy not only strengthens our relationships, but also helps us become more compassionate and understanding individuals. By listening more and speaking less, we develop a greater capacity for empathy and kindness. Speaking less also encourages mindfulness. The Stoics valued mindfulness as a way to stay present and focused in each moment, and speaking less is a form of mindfulness in communication. When we speak less, we are more mindful of the words we choose and the impact they have. This mindfulness helps us communicate more effectively and with greater intention. By speaking less and listening more, we practice mindfulness in our interactions, creating more meaningful and thoughtful conversations. Listening more also enhances our ability to learn. The Stoics believed that learning is a lifelong process, and listening is one of the most important ways to continue learning. When we listen more, we open ourselves up to new ideas, perspectives, and insights. This willingness to listen and learn fosters personal growth and helps us become more knowledgeable and wise. By speaking less and listening more, we become lifelong learners, always open to new knowledge and understanding. Speaking less also helps us avoid unnecessary conflict. The Stoics taught that conflict often arises from misunderstandings or miscommunication, and speaking less helps us avoid these pitfalls. When we speak too much, we are more likely to say things that escalate conflict or create tension. By speaking less, we give ourselves the time to consider our words carefully, ensuring that we communicate in a way that fosters harmony rather than conflict. This practice not only protects our relationships, but also helps us maintain our own sense of peace and calm. Listening more also helps us develop self-awareness. The Stoics believed that self-awareness is essential for living a virtuous life, and listening is a key component of self-awareness. When we listen more, we become more aware of our own thoughts, feelings, and tendencies. This self-awareness helps us make more conscious choices in how we communicate and interact with others. By speaking less and listening more, we develop a deeper understanding of ourselves and how we relate to the world around us. In conclusion, the wisdom of speaking less and listening more is a core principle of Stoic communication. By practicing restraint in our speech and being fully present in our listening, we create more meaningful connections, foster empathy, and build trust. Speaking less allows us to reflect more deeply, conserve our energy, and avoid unnecessary conflict. Listening more helps us learn, grow, and understand others with greater compassion and insight. Through this practice, we align our words and actions with Stoic values, cultivating a life of greater wisdom, peace, and harmony. As we wrap up this journey through the Stoic wisdom on speech and the things smart people never say, it's clear that mastering our words is not just about communication. It's about building a life of integrity, peace, and purpose. Each word we choose can either elevate or diminish us, and by embracing restraint, thoughtfulness, and clarity, we align ourselves with a higher way of living. Stoicism teaches us that wisdom lies not only in what we say, but also in what we choose not to say. Silence, when used with intention, becomes a tool for understanding, growth, and connection. Now, it's your turn. What's one lesson from Stoicism that has impacted how you approach your speech or life? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. Your insights might inspire someone else. And if you're on this path toward personal growth and finding peace through Stoic principles, make sure to subscribe and hit that notification bell so you won't miss future videos. Let's continue learning together on this journey of wisdom and intentional living.